Welcome to the stream. We have Omnic and Zeph facing off on orange in a battle to see who is better. What a scramble! Omnic somehow claws his way out of that exchange to take a narrow early lead. Zeph has the upper hand historically, winning over half of their 500 encounters. And that experience is clearly showing since he's already shut down Omnic in 2 separate maps today. Now we'll see if the ladder gap starts to widen. Total deadlock now as Zeth levels the score. He's really fighting for a bit of respect tonight. Zeph is starting to exert a lot of pressure here, taking a firmer grip on the early lead. Zeth is cruising along with a comfortable 4-2 lead. Omnic just closed the gap to 3-4. He's shaking off a pretty rough run of results lately. Omnic has really been struggling lately with a 6:29 record over the last day. It's no surprise that he's on the back foot again after losing his last 2 encounters with Zeth. He'll need a huge shift in energy to turn this around. He's refusing to go quiet, managing to claw another round back toward the center. What a fight! He survives an absolute war of attrition to keep his momentum alive. He's really digging in to flip the script here. We're sitting at a 6-all deadlock, and honestly, Omnic looks way more confident than his recent slump suggests. He's played his part perfectly so far to stay level with the higher rated Zeth. Fresh start for both guys. Zeth barely edges ahead, taking a thin 7-6 lead. He really seemed to have the upper hand when they met earlier today. Zeth pulls further ahead with an 8-6 cushion. He's certainly playing like the favorite here. He is simply untouchable right now, putting together 3 straight for a commanding lead. The gap in the rankings is really becoming apparent. He manages to outlast the exchange and gets his first win back on the board. He finally manages to put a stop to that slide. He keeps the heat coming, surviving a tough exchange to bring the deficit down to just 1. He's showing far more grit than the rankings would suggest. Unbelievable! He just wiped the slate clean, bringing this whole series back to a dead heat. Absolute perfection from Omnic, and he's now taking complete control of the series. Zeth answers right back, bringing us all the way back to a deadlock. Zeth is quickly reclaiming the advantage and looks poised to pull away again. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to feel real. What a frantic exchange. He barely survives that shootout to put himself 1 step away from victory. That's a nail-biting finish to get the advantage back. What a finish! He closes the door with a perfect shot to seal the match. Omnic really put up a fight today, nearly forcing out a miracle. He just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! Aster and Zeth are facing off on Mappas, where the heavy favorite looks to keep his streak alive. Aster has historically dominated this pairing with an 80% win rate in their last few encounters. He's comfortably the favorite here, but Zeth is clearly fighting to break that cycle early. Let's see if he can keep the momentum shifts in his favor. Zeth is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He enters this one fresh off a massive 30-4 run today. The momentum has completely shifted, and Aster is now controlling the pace of this duel. He's completely taken over the map with 3 consecutive round wins. The gap in their ladder rankings is really starting to show. A fast reaction from Zeth to even the score. He's showing a lot of grit against a top 15 opponent. Aster claws back the lead to make it 4-3. He's clearly the more consistent player of the two tonight. Aster is really starting to pull away now, securing that ramp for a strong lead. Zeth has found some success today, but that's not translating here. Aster is simply unstoppable right now, extending his lead with another clean win. His 13th place on the ladder is looking well deserved right now. Absolute perfection as he wipes Zeth right off the ramp to keep this streak rolling. That's a rough start for someone who just came off a win against Omnic. Zeth puts a stop to that momentum right before the side swap. A timely response for Zeth before soon heading to the bench. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the numbers predicted this match would start. He's got a small cushion, but Zeth is staying competitive. Time to see who blinks first. Aster really knows how to handle this specific opponent with that dominant head-to-head record. Well, we've seen him secure 5 wins in a row across their most recent encounters. He is simply refusing to give Zeth an inch of breathing room right now. Zeth shows great persistence, picking his opponent right off the boxes for another round. He's certainly not letting the pressure get to him now. Incredible! He has completely erased that deficit and brings everything level at 8 all. Absolutely stunning to see the underdog completely flip the script. Aster answers back immediately, reclaiming a 1-round lead. The experience gap is evident in how he handles the pressure. Zeth is refusing to back down, locking in a perfect round to tie this series up. It's becoming an absolute toss-up at this point. Zeth is on fire, catching him right off the ramp to seize the lead. He's effectively ignored the pre-match predictions entirely. We're deadlocked again. Aster and Zeth are completely tied. His overall career win rate reflects a huge amount of experience. What a scrap! Zeth barely survives the trade-off from the ramp to bring the lead back to 11-10. Talk about a nail-biter. He barely walked out of that one alive. We are officially in a deadlock. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch as we head toward the finale. Zeth puts on a clinic to take the lead, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Everything he's done lately proves he belongs in this conversation. What a performance! Zeth finishes him off for a complete reversal to claim the match. To finally get a result against that guy is a huge statement. He's played the giant killer role perfectly tonight. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Today we have Omnic taking on a very strong Aster in this 1v1 duel. Aster has been the dominant force in this rivalry, winning over 75% of their history together. So you have to wonder if this early lead from Omnic is just a fluke or a sign of a serious upset. It's certainly a bold start against the heavy favorite. Aster edges ahead, putting the pressure back on Omnic. The gap in the ladder is starting to show here. Things are looking incredibly tight right now, and both players are trading rounds back and forth. Unreal. He barely survives that absolute slugfest to take a lead of 3-2. We're completely deadlocked at 3-all. The consistency we're seeing from him makes sense given those recent results. Aster claims the lead, moving ahead 4-3. He is definitely playing at his usual level today. He's on a tear now, securing his third straight victory to widen that lead. Things are looking bleak for the No. 41 seed right now. Aster is simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another clean victory. It's a tough day at the office for someone who's gone 6-29 lately. Another effortless kill, and the momentum is now firmly on the side of the favorite. He's playing incredibly well after that 30-5 day. He's just too fast, picking another round without letting Omnic touch him. The massive rating gap is becoming impossible to ignore. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the script is playing out exactly as we expected. He looked far too sharp with that 7-round run to let Omnic get any traction. Time to see if Omnic wakes up. Aster has been absolutely flawless since the halftime break. It's clear that the mental toll of those recent losses is weighing on Omnic. He just doesn't have the answers for this level of precision right now. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, leaving him just a single point away from the victory. A quick burst of fire from Omnic gives him a small glimpse of life. That was a sharp response to get back in the game. He refuses to go down quietly, securing a second straight victory to stay alive. He's finally starting to look like a threat again. He's on a roll now, taking 3 straight to keep this fight going. He's completely shifted the energy in this series. And there it is. Aster shuts down the comeback attempt to secure the victory. It's just another day in the books for this guy, who continues to keep that head-to-head record firmly in his favor. Welcome everyone! We've got Omnic taking on Zeth on red line today. Let's see if the favorite can keep his momentum going. Zeth puts the pressure on early, punishing Omnic while holding the ramp. A rough start for the number 41 ranked player today. Omnic handles the pressure and cleans up the ramp to level things up. A strong start for Zeth today, despite the early stumble. Zeth is looking very sharp today, putting Omnic in a hole early on. His consistency lately is night and day compared to the opposition. Zeth currently holds a slight lead in their head-to-head history, and that mental edge is clearly paying off in this specific match. It will be tough for Omnic to claw back when Zeth has won their last 2 encounters today. Zeth completely shuts him down, popping him right off the ramp. His confidence is soaring after those last few bouts against Omnic. He refuses to stay down, digging in to claw another one back. Still very much in the fight, despite the odds. He secures another one from the ramp, showing real grit to close the gap. The favorite's lead is starting to feel fragile now. Zeth stays in control with a 2-round cushion. It looks a lot like their other encounters from today. What a response! He's really stepping up to make this a tight contest. His confidence is clearly shaken after that flurry of rounds. Omnic has had a brutal day with a 630 record over the last 24 hours, so yeah, it's really clear that he's carrying that heavy baggage into this series. It's going to be a huge mountain to climb if he can't find a way to shut down Zeth's momentum. We're all tied up at 6-6 as they head to the break. I mean, the stats definitely favored Zeth going into this, but Omnic is proving he can hang with him today. It's anyone's game now. Clean slate for both of them. Zeth nudges ahead, barely holding a narrow lead. He's certainly capitalizing on his superior standing in the rankings. Zeth just keeps finding that ramp position to work with, and it's making life very difficult for Omnic. A really tough stretch for the lower ranked player today. Zeth is back in command, putting a huge stop to that recent run by Omnic. His previous dominant victory in their last match seems to be echoing here. He just won that fight on the ramp to push his lead to 4 straight. It's becoming a real uphill battle for the bottom-seeded player. A complete shutdown, and now he's sitting on 5 straight. He's definitely the more reliable player on the ladder today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to put a halt to the streak. Absolute nail-biter of a trade there. He is picking up some serious steam now, and the gap is starting to shrink. He's really tightening the gap with these fast rounds. That was an absolute blur of a round, and now Zeth is just a single point away from victory. A lightning quick reaction there by Omnic to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly not letting the map slip away that easily. He's showing a lot of heart, refusing to let the series end without a fight. He is definitely ignoring the gap in their ratings right now. And there it is, Zeth shuts the door on the map with a perfect final sequence. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but his luck just didn't hold through the end. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Aster holds a massive historical edge here, winning nearly 80% of their all-time encounters. But Zeth is coming off an 8-0 run of form in his last 10 matches. He's definitely capable of upsetting the trend if he keeps this momentum up. What a scramble! Zeth manages to claw out a victory in a brutal exchange, narrowly surviving the fight. Aster is just completely running away with this 3-1 lead. Looking very comfortable for a player currently sitting at 13 on the ladder. Zeth fights back and narrows the gap to 3-2. This match is mirroring the energy of the recent Mappas clash. Zeth is really putting on the pressure now, locking in 2 straight rounds to tie things up. He's proven he can compete despite the gap in the ladder. Aster takes the lead again, pushing it to 4-3. That was a quick, decisive encounter. Zeth strikes back to lock it up at 4-all. The momentum is shifting completely for the lower-rated player today. Zeth is just simply outplaying him right now, taking control of the map with those lightning-fast reactions. The momentum has shifted entirely, and he's just staring down the field now. Aster secures a clean round to close the gap just before the switch. We go into the break, locked up at 6-6. Zeth is playing way above his usual level today. He's keeping this tight, despite Aster's historical superiority on this map. Let's see who finds their groove first. Aster edges back ahead to put him up 7-6. Zeth is putting up a hell of a fight for someone ranked 31st. Aster has stayed remarkably consistent today, putting up a 29-5 record over the last day. So yeah, it is starting to look like he is simply too clinical for Zeth to handle. We have to see if Zeth can actually break this momentum before it's too late. Aster is pulling away now, leading at 9-7. Zeth just can't quite find the same lock he had in those early exchanges. Aster is starting to look like a wall right now. It's getting harder and harder for Zeth to find any openings. He's completely taken over the server, securing another clean victory to move within 2 of the finish line. A fierce exchange of fire, but Aster comes out on top to put himself 1 step away from victory. A fast sequence of shots, and he manages to stay completely healthy while denying the match winning point. A huge lift for the underdog right when it mattered most. And there it is. He shuts the door with an effortless final shot to secure the victory. Zeth really threw a lot of heat at him today, but that gap in experience just showed too much in the end. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Aster are ready to go on fast aim, with Aster entering this one as the strong favorite. What a fight! Both players were almost out of health, but Omnic barely hangs on to take the opener. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle with a 34% overall win rate. And seeing him open up with 2 clean rounds against the top 15 player is really unexpected. Now the big question is if he can keep this momentum rolling. Absolutely crushing it right now. A total shutout as the lead grows to 4. Aster answers back, picking him off from the ramp. He should be getting more comfortable now after dominating their previous meeting. Omnic is just putting on a clinic with a 5-1 lead. That is a massive shift from how his last few games went. Aster finally gets one back, but Omnic still leads 5-2. His experience at the top of the ladder should start paying off. The head-to-head record is incredibly skewed, with Aster winning 75% of their lifetime encounters. I mean, seeing that historical gap effectively vanish in this match is just shocking. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can actually find some stability now. Aster manages to dig deep and secure another one, clearing him off the ramp. The lead is narrowing quickly now. Just a total blackout from Omnic as he gets outdueled for a 3rd straight round. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break, and honestly it is a shock to see the rank 41 player holding his own like this. Aster is fighting to get his lead back after a wild first half. Let's see who breaks first. Aster is showing great composure here, stepping back into the lead with an effortless exchange. The momentum shift is officially complete. Aster is really grinding back into this game now, securing another quick one to put himself firmly in control. He's absolutely on fire now, extending his hold on the lead to 9-6. Everything is shifting back toward the expected result. He is absolutely ruthless right now, picking up another effortless point to reach a 10-round total. A quick response here, and that finally halts the slides for Omnic. He's really fighting for a rough 6:30 day today. Another rapid-fire exchange, and Omnic remains completely unscathed, showing some serious grit to claw back into this. Aster finds his mark from the ramp, proving he's far from done in this contest. He's proving exactly why he entered the lobby as the heavy favorite. He refuses to back down, clawing back another one to keep this fight alive. He's keeping the pressure on, refusing to let the gap widen. Incredible poise from Aster to seize that duel on the ramp and put himself one step away from victory. What a finish! Aster secures a perfect final round to close out the series. Omnic definitely showed a lot of heart today, but the skill gap was just too much to overcome in the end. Welcome everyone to the Dunes map. Zeth enters as the favorite today, but Omnic is ready to fight back. Zeth secures the early lead by taking control from the high ground. The 31 ranked player is starting off sharp. Omnic has actually seen more success on this map overall than his opponent, but he is currently in a massive slump with a 12-game losing streak. It looks like he's really struggling to shake off those previous defeats today. We have to wonder if he can find any stability before this slips away completely. Zeth is comfortably in the driver's seat at 3-1. Zeth looks a lot more composed than he did in those earlier matches today. The speed of these encounters is just incredible. Zeth is ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. A flawless pick by Omnic to secure and narrowing the gap to just 1. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure now. Unbelievable. Omnic takes him off the box and brings the score level. The underdog is completely transforming the energy of this duel. Zeth responds immediately to get his lead back. His head-to-head lead in these matchups is definitely showing. What a scramble. Both players were hammered in that exchange, but Zeth barely managed to survive. Another clean finish from the box to put Zeth back in control. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, but Omnic is really proving he can hang with a higher seed here. This is a very tight contest. Time to see if Omnic can surge. Zeth had no trouble clearing him off the box to maintain his advantage. Zeth continues to look sharp despite a mixed day so far. Zeth has been putting in a lot of work today with 18 wins already logged in the last 24 hours. Well, it's that level of volume and experience that's clearly helping him keep his composure as he pushes for the close. He's really looking like the more resilient player in this set. The momentum has shifted entirely as Zeth takes total control with another effortless victory. He puts another one on the board and is now just one away from victory. Total lockdown on the defensive end for him. He manages to claw back around, delaying the inevitable for a moment longer. And there it is, Zeth finishes the job and secures the match victory. He really just took over that second half and refused to let go. That's a tough break for Omnic, who's just having a brutal run of games today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Esther taking on Zeth today, with Esther entering as the clear favorite. Zeth capitalized on that high ground to grab an early lead. An early shakeup given the massive head-to-head lead Aster holds. Aster has an unbelievable lifelong advantage here, winning nearly 80% of their encounters. He's already shut down Zeth in their most recent series, and that historical weight usually starts to press down on the underdog early in the match. He just can't stop the bleeding as the momentum swings completely back to Aster. Absolutely ruthless, he walks away unscathed for another round, moving his lead to 4-1. Zeth answers back with a perfect shot to keep this fight alive. That puts a bit of pressure on the top seed now. Zeth is digging in, controlling the ramp to shut everything down and close the gap. The gap is closing fast for the underdog. What a turnaround! Zeth has completely wiped away that early deficit to bring us level. Aster finds his target and clears the Tetris to reclaim a one-round lead. His recent form has been a steamroller today. Aster is just too quick for him today, easily cleaning him off that ramp. The higher seeded player is really leaning into his advantage. A chaotic scrap there, but he comes out on top to push his lead to 7. He's just continuing the absolute tear he's been on today. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, this is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Zeth fought hard in a few moments, but he just can't keep up with the top seed right now. Time for a fresh start. Aster is truly on fire with a 35 record over the last day. It's rare to see a top player maintain that kind of consistency across multiple matches. We're really seeing if Zeth has any answers left. Zeth just showed some real grit by taking control of that ramp and shutting Aster down. Coming off a closer 19-18 day, he's showing he can fight back. Aster is pulling away again, now leading 9-6. The 31 seed is refusing to back down here. Aster holds a commanding 10-6 lead now. His historical edge is definitely starting to show in the second half. Zeth has really stepped up his game, making this a lot closer than anyone expected. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against the number 13 rated player. The exchange of rounds has slowed down, and Aster is starting to pull away from the chase. The higher rated side of this pairing is firmly in control. Zeth is really putting up a fight, proving he can hold that ramp even against a player of Aster's caliber. That's a huge response to keep this series viable. He's just not letting up, picking up another neat round to keep this rally going. A really gritty showing from the lower seed right now. Aster shuts that resurgence down instantly and puts himself just one step away from victory. And that's it, Aster closes things out with a complete lockdown to take the series. He really looked like he had the answers for a bit. But you just can't shake the dominance Aster's shown in their head-to-head history. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off, and the heavy favorite looks ready for a dominant performance. Aster really took advantage of that elevation on the ramp to secure the opening round. Aster is just completely on top here, making this look like a breeze early on. The skill gap is showing early on. He's just completely in control now, extending the lead to a comfortable 3. This looks like a continuation of their 13-9 result from earlier today. Omnic finds his footing, using that ramp to secure a clean response. The underdog is fighting back, refusing to go down quietly. Aster has won 75% of their head-to-head encounters over the years, and he's showing that same historical authority today. It makes sense when you look at his strong form over the last day. I'm not sure Omnic has the tools to turn this around. Aster just completely shuts down that small momentum swing from his opponent. He's certainly playing up to the top 13 rank right now. Omnic wins this duel easily, chipping away at that lead. He's really putting his current 35 daily form to the test. Aster reacts quickly to clear that ramp, putting a massive distance between himself and his opponent. Unreal, he just barely keeps his head above water after dragging that duel off the ramp. He's currently sitting toward the bottom of our rating ladder. Omnic has been struggling today with a 431 record over the last 24 hours. That level of fatigue is making it very difficult for him to sustain any momentum. It'll take a perfect set of rounds to bridge the gap now. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's putting on a show that perfectly aligns with his 67% win rate on this map. Omnic is just trying to keep his head above water right now. Time to swap sides. That was a total scramble for the high ground, but Omnic comes out on top. A rare glimpse of confidence for the number 41 seed. A tough exchange, but he manages to outlast Aster in the end to keep this rally alive. Aster maintains a comfortable 3-round cushion over Omnic. That was a lightning-fast response to reclaim the lead. Aster is cruising now, holding a solid 10-6 lead. His recent clash with Zeth had a similar result. He just completely dismantled that attempt at a comeback, extending his current run to 3. Omnic earns a swift win here, keeping the pressure on Aster. It's a tough mountain to climb for the 41st seed. Just a complete shutdown there, leaving Aster just one step away from victory. It's a very clean look for the higher seed right now. He refuses to let the match slip away just yet, claiming another round for himself. A desperate fight to avoid a quick blowout. Good heavens! What a slugfest! He nearly went down, but barely scratches through to take the round. That was pure grit to survive another close encounter. And that's the game. Aster shuts the door on this match with a perfect final shot. Omnic definitely put up a brave fight today, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Welcome to the league. Omnic and Zeth are facing off on Italy, with Zeth entering the match as the favorite. Omnic is entering this fight with a tough streak of 14 consecutive losses. It's a heavy burden to carry into a match where Zeth already has a mental edge from their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake this off before the gap widens. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A huge shift from their last encounter on Dunes. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a total shutout in this sequence. Unbelievable. He just cannot be stopped right now. That's a complete turnaround from his recent 0% record. Another one for the leader, just completely taking over this map. A perfect read on the peak gives him 6 straight. It's a completely different story than the 13-6 blow he dealt earlier. Zeth finally answers back with a clean shot to get on the board. The higher rated player is starting to wake up. Zeth has a significant lead in their head-to-head record with over 270 wins in their rivalry. You know it's showing right now as he claws back into this game. He has a massive amount of experience against this specific opponent to draw from. Omnic shuts that door quickly, heading into the final frame of the first half. He's looking strong as we head into the break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, while he is fighting back hard and refusing to let his poor recent form define this series. We're seeing a surprising level of confidence from the lower rated player here. Time to see if it holds. He's showing a lot of grit, refusing to fade away and keeping the pressure high. 2 quick rounds in a row and the gap is almost gone. Omnic holds a steady 2-round advantage now. The lower ranked man in this series is really playing his heart out. He looks completely unbothered, effortlessly cutting down the opposition to keep this comeback rolling. A rapid response from Zeth to level the score, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's simply too fast right now, cruising to a 3rd straight as he closes in on a tie. Omnic shuts down that momentum swing, bringing everything back to a dead heat. Just a total flip of the script for the lower ranked man. Omnic barely clings to a 1-point advantage here. Absolute precision here. He's outpaced the competition once again to take control of the flow. He's simply untouchable right now, moving within a hair's breadth of victory. He's refusing to crumble, keeping himself in the fight with a flawless exchange. He can't afford any more mistakes if he wants to force a tie. He keeps the dream alive. Zeth is simply refusing to let this game slip away. The pressure is mounting for the lower seeded competitor. What a finish. Omnic secures the victory and closes it out right here. To finally break that losing streak against a guy like Zeth is just incredible. He really dug deep for that one. What a performance. Welcome everyone, we have Aster and Zeth facing off on Mipas, though Aster is definitely the favorite here. Aster holds a massive lead in their historical matchups with a 79% win rate. It's interesting because Zeth has struggled against him in the past. He'll need to prove he can close the gap if he wants to keep this lead. Zeth is surprisingly holding firm with a 2-1 lead. Zeth is fighting hard to overcome his typical disadvantage here. We are seeing a real back and forth struggle here, with neither player able to string together a second round. Zeth pushes ahead, now leading the series 3-2. Zeth is clearly playing with some huge confidence right now. Aster played that one perfectly, timing his peak from the ramp to tie things up. The 13th seed is starting to exert his authority here. Zeth just edges ahead, securing a tight 4-3 advantage. He is fighting through a tough day with a 19-17 record. Aster is coming into this with an incredibly strong 29-5 record today. It's a bit shocking to see a player in that kind of form sitting in a hole like this. He needs to find a way to stop this slide before the gap becomes insurmountable. And we are back to a dead heat at 5-all. Looking at those rankings, the skill gap is staring us in the face. Zeth is really hanging in there, refusing to let Aster slide back into a comfortable lead. Zeth really is playing like a man possessed today. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a complete reversal of everything we expected. Aster has dominated their head-to-head history, but he's just not answering Zeth's shots right now. Time for a clean slate. Zeth is still holding the edge at 7-6. His 80% win rate lately suggests he's just getting started. Pure chaos now as Aster pulls the score level. Looking at that 38% lifetime win rate, he's really fighting an uphill battle. That was a fast exchange. Zeth is playing incredibly aggressively to reclaim the lead. Zeth is really putting on a show, utilizing that high ground to build some serious momentum. That was a clinical play from the boxes to secure a comfortable gap. Zeth claws back a thin 1-point lead. He's a powerhouse overall with that 68% lifetime mark. Unbelievable. Aster has clawed back to a 9-9 deadlock. He's certainly leaning on his overall map experience here. He tracks him down perfectly, picking his opponent right off the boxes to take the lead. It's starting to look like another mirror of their last meeting. Zeth answers back immediately, securing another round to keep things completely even. Zeth is putting some serious pressure on Aster right now, stacking up 2 quick wins in a row. The lower rated player is completely refusing to blink. We are officially headed for the wire. This is just a total toss-up now. The rating difference is evident when he finds his target like that. He's looking frighteningly sharp right now. Absolute perfection to close it out. Aster shuts the door on this series with a flawless final exchange. Zeth really pushed the pace to the absolute limit today. He almost forced a huge upset with how he played those middle rounds. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Omnic and Esther facing off, and it looks like the favorite has a huge advantage today. Esther has dominated the history here with a win rate of 68% on this specific map. He's really entered this match as the heavy favorite. It'll be interesting to see if that head-to-head record actually translates into a lead today. Goodness, what a fight! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he just barely managed to scrape through. He's playing with a ton of confidence right now. That is just pureness from Esther, who completely wipes the floor with his opponent to make it 3 straight. Omnic manages to fight back, stopping that momentum shift just in time. The 41 seed is refusing to back down today. Aster is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. He's showing exactly why he's a top quartile player. Aster holds a tight 1-round lead as we reset. Coming off a high since that win over Zeth earlier. Aster has been absolutely on fire today with a 35 record over the last 24 hours. He's playing with an incredible amount of confidence that makes him look almost untouchable right now. The only question left is if Omnic has any answer for this level of play. He secures another one from the box, extending the run to 3. Really tough spot for the underdog to claw out of. Omnic gets a fast one here to keep the score tight as we head toward the break. Just a glimpse of hope for the lower seed right here. We head into the break with Aster leading 8-4, while the higher seed is taking care of business just like we thought he would. He has the skill advantage today, and it's showing in the score. Time to swap sides. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. The gap in the ladder really highlights the struggle for the underdog. Omnic is fighting a steep hill at 5-9. The lower seed is putting up a fight after that loss earlier today. Omnic is putting together a really impressive run here, cutting into that lead quite nicely. The number 12 seed is suddenly looking a bit vulnerable. Aster is cruising now with a commanding 10-6 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get back in the driver's seat. Aster has a huge lead here, and he's just not letting any of that momentum slide back to Omnic. A tough day so far for someone who just beat Zeth. Aster shuts that comeback attempt down instantly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! Aster seals the deal and takes the win. He's just fundamentally too strong for the 1 seed, and that raw speed on the draws was just on another level today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on orange today as Zeth takes on Omnic in this close matchup. Zeth holds a slight advantage in their long-term history with a total of 278 wins over Omnic. But the momentum has shifted lately since Omnic took their most recent duel. It will be interesting to see if that recent success helps him upset a higher rated opponent today. Omnic's comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. He certainly got the better record over the long haul. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in a heartbeat. He's definitely showing the class gap we expected coming into this. He's absolutely on fire, taking full control of the map with another effortless victory. A tough afternoon for Omnic, barely finding any wins lately. The momentum has completely swung. He's now tore through 4 straight rounds. He's really making his rank felt right now. Omnic puts a stop to that run, narrowing the gap to 3-4. He's really fighting for his life today after that rough 5:31 run. Unbelievable. Omnic claws back to tie it up. He's looking much sharper than that 10% run he's had recently. Zeth keeps his nose ahead at 5-4. He stayed fairly consistent throughout his 80 matches today. We've completely lost track of who the favorite was here. It's a dead heat heading into the final stretch. Zeth narrowly maintains that single round lead at 6-5. Zeth has been a mainstay throughout his 18 matches today. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected a balanced fight to play out. He's managed to keep the pressure up and hold the advantage. Let's see who wakes up first. Zeth has put in a lot of work today, managing an 18-18 record over his last few games. It's clear that consistency is what gives him the edge right now. He's really finding a way to shut Omnic down. Zeth is pulling away now, leading by 3. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to feel very real. Zeth is just starting to distance himself, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to respond quickly. Zeth is really cruising now with a 10-7 lead. It's a huge mental boost after that 13-11 victory in Italy. Omnic is just not finding any answers for him right now. Zeth has really stayed steady throughout his day. A huge push from the ramp puts him just 1 round away from the victory. The higher seed is simply refusing to let the game slip. What an absolute finish. He closes out the series in spectacular fashion to secure the win. He looked completely untouchable on the reaction side, especially with that crazy sub 1 second snap to close it out. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Aster taking on Zeth, and the favorite looks very strong going into this one. Aster comes out firing right from the start, catching Zeth before he could even get his bearings on that ramp. Zeth is playing far too aggressive on that ramp, just walking right into the line of fire. He's absolutely dominating the opening exchanges, picking up another fast round. Zeth answers back quickly, showing some real grit to stop the momentum swing. Aster has a truly staggering lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchup, having won 79% of their encounters. Looking at the current scoreboard, it's almost like they're playing out a familiar script. Zeth is going to need a major adjustment to shake this cycle. Aster is really putting the pressure on at 5-2. He's clearly shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. Zeth is trying to fight back, but that last round was way too fast for him to react to. Aster's just too sharp right now, making a total mess of Zeth's day. Zeth is really struggling to keep pace with the number 12 seed. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp angle. Aster's form today is actually wild, coming into this with a 29-5 record over the last day. He's been practically untouchable throughout his current session. You have to wonder if this sudden slide is a temporary lapse, or if Zeth has finally found a way to disrupt his timing. Aster holds a slim 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's a close gap, but the top seed is still firmly in control. We expected Aster to win, and so far he's doing exactly that. Aster pushes his lead further to a comfortable 8-5. Aster is certainly living up to that high billing right now. Aster is just far too fast, catching Zeth right as he stepped up onto that ramp. He's looking far too comfortable against the lower rated side here. That's another one for the leader, and he's simply not letting Zeth get back into this. Zeth is really feeling that rating gap on the ladder right now. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp to grab another one. Zeth is certainly fighting to avenge that narrow loss from their last meetup. Aster is just a hair away from closing this out, and he's looking incredibly sharp today. Aster shuts things down completely, picking Zeth off the ramp to put himself one step away from victory. The skill gap has been apparent since the very first exchange. Unbelievable! Aster finishes the game with a huge display of power to secure the victory. Zeth put up a decent fight in a few spots, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Welcome to Berserk League. Omnic and Esther are stepping onto Italy to see who can come out on top today. Esther holds a commanding head-to-head lead with 445 wins over Omnic in their history. It's definitely unusual to see the underdog starting the match with the lead. We'll have to see if Omnic can maintain this early pressure. Esther just edges ahead, taking a narrow 2-1 lead. Looking like a nightmare matchup for the 41st ranked player. These two are locked in a real dead heat right now, neither one able to put together a string of rounds. Omnic pulls back in front with a tight 3-2 lead. He's shaken off a rough 5:30 day so far. And just like that, Esther evens things up. Absolute chaos for an underdog who's fighting for his life. Esther is starting to pull away here, making this look like a very one-sided affair. He's looking very comfortable right now, mirroring that 13-6 victory they had on Dunes. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece in this thriller. He's definitely ignoring that lower rating for the time being. Omnic regains a slim edge with a 5-4 lead. Quite a turnaround from the 13-6 defeat we saw on Dunes. The speed of these encounters is just breathtaking. We are seeing a total toss-up right now. Esther strikes back, clawing his way to a 6-5 advantage. He's certainly playing like the top quartile talent he is. Esther holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how the numbers predicted it would go. He's keeping his composure and staying in the driver's seat. Let's see if Omnic can mount a comeback. Esther is really staring down a dominant run here, especially after putting up a 35 record over the last day. It's clear, he's bringing that absolute confidence into every single exchange. He's effectively shutting down any hope of a recovery. Esther is really asserting his dominance at 9-6. Quick reaction there to stop the slide. He's refusing to back down, putting together a nice string of rounds to chip away at that deficit. Another effortless shot. He's simply refusing to let the game slip away. He's completely rewritten the story of this match, squaring the score at 9-all. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. A quick response from Esther to halt the momentum. Losing to Zeth earlier today might be weighing on him. Esther is really starting to put the pressure on, extending that gap and putting Omnic in a tough spot. He's just relentless, taking full control of this series to move within 1 round of victory. What a finish! Esther closes it out with a perfect A round to secure the victory. He just couldn't find a way to close that gap. Omnic really fought back, but he's just not on that level right now. Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic and Zeth are ready to go, with Zeth entering today as the slight favorite. Zeth really holds the advantage here, having won 52% of their lifetime matchups. That long-term ownership is translating well into today's results, especially after a clean win over Omnic in their last encounter. It looks like he knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. Omnic is surging ahead now with a 2-1 lead. He's really defying his current rank at the bottom of the ladder. Unreal, he scrapes by with a tiny sliver of health to keep the run alive. His recent slump at the bottom of the ladder isn't showing here. Zeth answers back immediately, keeping the score tight at 3-2. The experience gap is starting to show in this series. Total deadlock now. We are completely tied up at 3 apiece. He just owns the heights, claiming another effortless round from the box. Zeth is just too sharp right now, pulling ahead with a 4th straight victory. Zeth is really capitalizing on a rough day for his opponent. Omnic answers back, refusing to let his opponent slide too far ahead. The struggle has been real for him throughout the day. Omnic is on fire right now, quickly shutting Zeth down as he tried to hold the ramp. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses to Esther. Zeth takes a slim 1-round lead at 6-5. His superior rating is starting to make a difference here. We're headed into the break, all tied up at 6-6, and honestly, Omnic is playing way above his usual level right now. He's completely negated the rating gap to keep this thing a dead heat. Fresh start for both players. Omnic takes a thin lead, putting him up 7-6. Zeth is having a bit of a grueling afternoon as well. Omnic entered this match with a heavy deficit, having gone 4-31 in the last 24 hours, but he's completely flipped the script since the restart. Zeth really needs to find a way to break this streak before the lead slips away for good. Absolute chaos here. Zeth has forced a deadlock at 8. Zeth is managing to keep his head in this one. The pace is just incredible right now. These two are trading fast rounds with barely any hesitation. Omnic is pulling away, controlling the game at 10-8. He's putting that poor recent form behind him fast. Zeth secures that round from the ramp, putting him right back into the mix. Zeth is really fighting to bridge that gap after his recent battles. What a fight! Omnic barely edges him out, surviving a brutal exchange to clear the ramp. A surprising shift from the dominant 13-7 victory he claimed previously. Zeth is staying composed under pressure, refusing to let this lead slip away. He really looks for this specific momentum shift to tighten things up. The momentum has completely shifted back, and now Zeth has the wind in his sails. He looks significantly more comfortable throughout these high-stakes frames. A total shutdown by Omnic, leaving his rival completely outclassed in that exchange. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. He really clawed back for that victory. Zeth was just an inch too slow on those final exchanges to stop the upset. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got a great match today featuring Aster and Zeth, though Aster is the heavy favorite here. Aster has dominated this rivalry, winning 79% of their previous encounters. He's currently on a huge 9-game winning streak. We'll see if Zeth has any answers to break that momentum today. Zeth is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Hard to believe he's the one under pressure right now. The pace is picking up. Aster just burned through that round in no time at all. He's a massive A-list threat on the ladder. Aster clawed back and now leads 3-2. The number 12 seed is simply too sharp right now. Pure chaos as Zeth ties it up at 3-all. The underdog is really making him sweat today. Zeth is really starting to take control of the tempo here. A real great performance from the rank 32 seed today. Aster reads him perfectly and just drops him right off that box. He's really put on a clinic today, barely dropping around. Zeth is just refusing to back down, using that height to keep the pressure on. He's really fighting back after that rough outing on fast aim. Zeth is having a day he probably didn't expect, especially since he's currently sitting at a perfectly neutral 18-18 record today. It's a total shift in momentum compared to their history. He's simply not letting Aster put that high rating to use right now. Zeth takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a shocking start for Aster, given how much he's usually dominated this matchup. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. Time to see if he can hold it. Zeth's just cruising now with a massive 9-4 lead. He's really making his presence felt in this A-list battle. Aster just barely keeps his head above water at 5. He's putting a lot of pressure on that lower ranking today. Aster has a distinct advantage when he's holding that high ground. Just comes down to a difference in class. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep this streak alive. That was way too close for comfort. He's completely shifted the tide now, storming back with a 4th straight win. The higher seed is finally asserting his authority. Zeth answers back immediately with a clean shot from the box. Neither player is letting the other run away with this today. Aster keeps hammering away, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. The gap in skill level isn't as wide as expected today. Zeth is simply not letting the veteran settle in, easily knocking Aster right off that platform. Aster is refusing to let the lead slip away, keeping his composure as he continues this charge. Absolutely stunning. Aster finds his mark, knocking Zeth off the box to lock this game up at 11-all. Pure deadlock now as the score resets to a tie. What a turnaround! He is now just 1 round away from securing this match. Just absolute precision from the favorite in the final stretch. What an incredible finish! He shuts the door on the match and secures the victory. Zeth really pushed the limit and made his opponent earn every single point of that victory. He'll be gutted to let it slip late. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Omnic takes on the heavy favorite Aster today on Mappas. Good luck to both. Aster entered this match with a strong track record, having won a huge majority of their previous encounters. It's clear that their high rating gives them a massive psychological advantage. We'll see if Omnic can keep this early lead and actually push for an upset. Aster pulls ahead, taking a tight 2-1 lead. It's a tough stretch for Omnic, who struggled with a 5:30 run today. Both players were trading heavy shots, but Aster eventually walked away from the carnage. Just a repeat of what happened in their last meeting. He just can't find an answer for the momentum. That's a 4th consecutive round for Aster. The experience is showing for the number 12 seed. Finally, a breakthrough. Omnic shows some grit and puts a stop to that dominant run. A nice bit of confidence for the underdog to lean on. He's putting up a fight now, securing another clean win to keep the pressure on. This is exactly the kind of resilience he'll need to pull off the upset. Absolute chaos there, but Aster barely scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left. He's really putting that ladder position to the test right now. A quick reaction here by Omnic, clawing his way back into the game. The pressure is definitely mounting for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He levels the playing field up at 5-5 with an incredibly sharp sequence. It's a complete reset for the higher seeded side. He is simply unstoppable right now, claiming a 3rd straight point as soon as they peaked. He's effectively shaking the confidence out of the favorite. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly, Omnic is fighting way above his weight class here. I expected the higher seed to pull away, but Aster is really struggling to keep a lead. Aster edges back on top with a 7-6 lead. The 12th seed looks like he's finally finding his footing. What a response! He's erased the lead completely, leaving us tied up at 7-7. Neither side is letting the other breathe for a second. He's really starting to seize control of this match, taking another round without taking any damage. And we're deadlocked again. Omnic brings it back to 8-8. His recent form is frightening, practically flawless in his last 10. He's staying composed under pressure, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The underdog is officially in the driver's seat. Absolute deadlock at 9, all as we head back. That's some serious resilience from the bottom of the ladder. Another effortless point for the underdog, putting him in the lead as he refuses to buckle. Aster answers back immediately, leveling the series at 10 apiece. The momentum has swung back, and Aster is starting to look like his usual self. He's certainly living up to that top quartile billing. What a display of strength, holding the line to bring things level once again. Neither side is showing any signs of crumbling right now. Aster shuts this down from the ramp to put himself just a single round away from victory. He's starting to play the role of the favorite again. Incredible. Omnic forces the deadlock, securing an absolute blur of a round to send this battle into overtime. This match has become a total coin flip, with almost every round going back and forth. Just another clinical entry for the higher seeded side. The pace of these exchanges has been lightning fast, and Aster is making the most of that speed right now. The momentum is firmly back in his hands. He's just too quick for him, staying perfectly clean, while moving closer to the finish line. He's completely shut down any hope of a late comeback. Game over. He shuts the door with a final flawless headshot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but his composure in those final moments made all the difference. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on red line to see who takes the win. Zeth holds the edge in their long history, having won about 52% of their previous encounters. It's interesting to see that translate into a strong start here. We'll see if Omnic can push back after that early loss. Omnic has flipped the script, leading 2-1. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure right now. Zeth uses that height advantage on the ramp to get back in control. He's fighting through a tough day, totaling 17 wins so far. Zeth is just on fire right now, completely ignoring that ramp advantage to shut things down fast. A huge play as Zeth clears him off the ramp to take complete control of the map. He's definitely playing like the higher seed right now. Omnic answers back quickly, picking him right off that ramp. He really needs to shake off that poor run of form today. Omnic is completely taking over now, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold that ramp. That's a lot of pressure on the lower seeded player to maintain. Just a complete shutdown as he cruises to a third consecutive victory. The momentum is swinging wild for the lower ranked player. Zeth responds quickly to even things up at 5 apiece. Both of them have been struggling to find consistency today. Omnic is playing a really tight game, refusing to let Zeth build any real momentum right now. He's certainly making the most of his recent success against Zeth. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely defying the odds since Zeth is usually the stronger player on this map. We've got a really close battle on our hands. Time to swap sides. Omnic is putting on a display of resilience, fighting through a rough day where he's only won 5 rounds so far. It's impressive given that he's coming into this as a significant underdog on the ladder. Zeth needs to find a way to break this streak before it gets out of hand. Omnic simply refuses to slow down, sweeping Zeth right off the ramp for another victory. He holds the high ground again, using that ramp to push his lead to 11-5. He is really capitalizing on the poor form Zeth has shown in his other matches today. He just can't be stopped, easily picking Zeth off the boxes for another victory. Zeth manages to shut him down on the ramp to delay the inevitable. A critical moment for the favorite to find some composure. Zeth secures another clean win from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely fighting for a way back into this one. What a way to close it out. Omnic survives the exchange to seal the deal. He really stepped up his game today, showing us that rankings don't mean a thing when you're hitting your shots. Welcome to the show. We've got Esther and Zeth stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Esther enters this duel with a dominant head-to-head record, boasting nearly 400 total wins against Zeth. It's no surprise since the two players have met hundreds of times and Esther has almost always come out on top. Zeth really needs a strong start here to shake things up. He just cleans him right off the ramp for another effortless round. A rough start for him after that close 13-11 loss in their last encounter. He's just completely untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight round without taking a single point of damage. Finally gets one on the board to break that momentum. Zeth is fighting hard to shake off those 4 straight losses. Aster is simply too quick for him, punishing Zeth the second he peeked from the ramp. Aster is just making it look easy, taking that duel from the ramp to keep the pressure on. The gap in the ratings is starting to look very real. Aster has a huge overall advantage with a 68% all-time win rate. He's actually been in incredible form lately with a long winning streak leading up to today. We just need to see if Zeth can maintain this small spark of resistance. Aster's really pulling away now, leading 7-3. Zeth is really struggling to find any consistency today. Zeth is starting to put up a real fight here, proving he can hold his own in these quick exchanges. He's really fighting against the odds tonight. Aster holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, it's exactly what we anticipated. He looks way too sharp for Zeth right now, which is expected given his recent 10-match win streak. Time for Zeth to adjust. Aster is cruising with a commanding 9-4 lead. The number 10 ranked player is simply in a different gear today. Zeth finds another one, cutting the lead to 9-5. It's a gutsy effort from a player ranked 33rd on the ladder. Aster is really tightening his grip on this set, leaving Zeth with very little room to breathe. That's quite a difference compared to the struggle he had against Omnic. Zeth is just getting outpaced. He's trying to keep up, but the reactions are simply not there. Zeth has faced a grueling run of results throughout the day. Zeth actually managed to hold that ramp position, keeping himself in the game. He's certainly trying to avenge that loss from their last meeting. Aster just completely dismantles him from the ramp to reach match point. A quick response to shut down any hope of a comeback. And there it is, Aster closes out the series with a final crisp shot to take the victory. A total shutout. That's just the reality of where these two are at right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Aster are facing off on Italy, with Aster entering as the strong favorite today. Aster holds a huge historical advantage here, winning about 75% of their past encounters. It's a stark contrast to how this opening round just played out. Now the pressure is on Aster to prove that those head-to-head numbers still mean something. Aster strikes back to take a 2-1 lead. He's absolutely tearing through the server today. Omnic is refusing to back down early on, fighting right back to tie these things up. A really gritty showing from the rank 41 seed. Omnic has surged ahead to a 3-2 lead. He's certainly not letting that recent loss to Aster get in his head. And we're back to a deadlock at 3-all. A really dangerous look from the 9th seeded player here. Aster is starting to put some distance between himself and Omnic as the momentum shifts. That was a total shutdown, and he's now cruising with a 3-round streak. The difference in their recent form is staring us right in the face. He's just completely taken over, making it 4 straight for the favorite. The gap between these two in the ratings is starting to look very real. A lightning fast shot puts him in complete control as this streak climbs to 5. Absolutely unstoppable right now, and he heads into the break with an 8-round lead. Everything is clicking for the top 10 talent today. It is a 9-3 lead for Aster heading into the break. Honestly, everything about this half went exactly as we predicted. The skill gap is glaring, and Omnic simply can't keep up with the pace right now. Time to see if Omnic can adjust. Omnic is currently struggling through a 6:30 run today, but he's showing that he can definitely punch up against the heavy hitters. It will be interesting to see if he can actually string a few more together to keep this game from becoming a total blowout. Aster is dominating, stretching his lead to a commanding 10-5. That's an incredible run of form, having won 10 of his last 10. Omnic is starting to put up a fight here, refusing to let Aster just coast to a victory. Omnic is hanging on, but he's just not finding enough consistency to close the gap. Just another example of why he's firmly in the top 10. What a scrap! He barely claws his way through that encounter, leaving him just 1 round away from victory. A huge stop by Omnic, showing he's not ready to let this game slide away just yet. He completely shut the door on a potentially quick finish. Absolute chaos there, and he somehow walks away with his life after that exchange. That's a huge amount of resilience from the lower seed. What a finishing blow. Aster claims the final kill to secure the victory. He really showcased why he's climbed into the top 10, comfortably taking care of business on this map. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off today on the map Orange. Zeth holds a clear historical edge here with a 52% win rate over Omnic, and honestly, that confidence seems to be fueling him today. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep up this early pace. Zeth is just barely holding the lead at 2-1. Zeth certainly looks better than his last few matches today. Omnic is really struggling to find an opening here, as Zeth is just too fast for him right now. He's looking for a rebound after those tough drops to Aster. Zeth has climbed to a 3-2 advantage. He's currently fighting through a tough stretch of losses. Unreal, he barely claws his way out of that exchange, clutching a narrow victory. That's a huge shift from how things went on Redline. Omnic has had a rough stretch today with a 6-29 record in his last few matches. Well, that lack of confidence is clearly weighing on him as Zeth starts to pull away. We have to wonder if the momentum is now completely shifted. Zeth is just untouchable right now, extending his run to 4 straight. Zeth completely takes over, putting up another perfect round to maintain his grip on this series. A completely one-sided affair as Zeth secures another victory to push his lead. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, this is way more one-sided than anyone expected. He looked completely out of class during that 6-round run to open up a wide gap. Time to see if Omnic wakes up. Zeth stays ruthless, pushing his lead to a dominant 10-3. He's really making the most of that rank advantage today. What an absolute brawl! He barely scrapes through that exchange to pull one back. A decent response from the underdog as he tries to claw back. Omnic finally finds a spark to make it 10-5. It's a tough mental spot for a guy already having a rough day. Zeth responds quickly to put out that small fire and put some distance between them again. He's firmly in control now, despite the earlier struggles today. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, putting up a real fight to close this gap. Despite the gap in the ladder rankings, he's staying in the fight. Goodness, they both nearly went down in that exchange, but Zeth survives the chaos by a hair. He's walking a razor's edge with those low health finishes. Omnic is still clinging on, securing a clean win to delay the inevitable. He's fighting for his life right now. And that is it. Zeth closes things out with a lightning fast finish to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game today to shake off those earlier losses. Just an effortless performance to wrap this one up. Welcome to the arena. We have Esther and Zed facing off today, though one of them enters this match as the clear favorite. Esther comes in with a staggering 68% all-time win rate. He's clearly used to seeing the victory screen, and it's likely why he's been so composed in this opening round. The question now is whether Zed can find a way to disrupt that confidence. He just can't stop the momentum, as that's another perfect round for the leader. The head-to-head numbers here are just brutal. Zed answers back with a strong fight to keep himself in this. He's proving that the early lead isn't a guarantee today. Aster is absolutely dominating with a huge 4-1 lead. He's definitely feeling the effect of that long win streak lately. Zed is refusing to go away, stepping up with a totally clean response. He is showing some real grit against the top-seeded player. Esther is currently sitting on a very impressive 13-game winning streak. I mean, that kind of run usually means he's completely outclassed his current competition. It'll take a massive shift in momentum for Zed to put a dent in that streak today. Zed managed to secure that one from the ramp, keeping the scoreline competitive for now. A massive gap on the ladder, but the underdog is staying focused. Aster's still firmly in control at 7-3. The gap in the rankings is starting to show here. Aster's extending the lead to 7-4 right now. He's definitely dealing with a massive deficit in the all-time head-to-head. Esther takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's basically exactly what we expected based on the ranks. He's putting the pressure on Zed just like he has in their previous encounters. Zed needs a big wake-up call. Aster is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 9-4 lead. It's been a rough afternoon for the number 33 seed. Zed manages to claw one back, making it 9-5. Zed's taking on a lot of pressure after that rough 17-20 day. Aster is just too fast today. He's quickly closing the distance toward the finish line. The top 10 placement really gives him an edge in these exchanges. Zed is really fighting for his life here, using those Tetris blocks to keep himself in the game. Surprisingly, he's finally putting up a fight. Esther is playing at a blistering pace right now. He's just not giving Zed a chance to breathe. Zed is really digging in here, refusing to let this match slip away without a fight. He's showing a lot of resolve for someone ranked 30th third. The momentum has shifted completely. Zed is fighting back and starting to put the pressure on Esther. That was an effortless finish, putting Aster on the precipice of victory. Zed holds his ground and wins the exchange, keeping his hopes alive for now. It is a surprising look for someone who usually struggles in these matchups. Zed finds another huge round, picking his opponent off the ramp to keep this dream alive. And there it is. Esther shuts the door on this match with a final clean shot. Zed really pushed him to the limit there, almost pulling off the unthinkable after that comeback attempt. He had to fight for every single round. What a battle! Welcome everyone, Omnic and Aster are stepping onto dunes for this match, where the heavy favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Aster owns a huge 75% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a gap we're usually seeing translated into fast results. Whether Omnic can put up a fight today is the real question. Omnic is surging ahead now, holding a narrow lead. It's a surprising turn for the number 41 ranked player. Omnic is really putting on the pressure, keeping his targets close and cleaning up quickly. That's a huge shift from the results we saw on AIM Italy. Omnic just snatched another, pushing a 3-2 lead. He's definitely showing why he holds such a high rating on the ladder. And just like that, Aster evens things up at 3-3. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that 13-10 win against Zed. Aster is on fire, picking up his third straight without taking a single hit. His dominance is really starting to translate into a lead here. Omnic answers back immediately, bringing the total score back to a deadlock. Aster takes a slim lead, moving ahead 5-4. He's been really efficient across his matches today. Aster just tore right through him, and that high ground didn't help Omnic one bit. The gap in skill level is becoming far too evident. He's completely taken control, securing his third straight win to put a firm grip on the opening half. Aster holds the lead 7-5 heading into the switch. Well, this is exactly how we expected the match to start. He's coming in with an incredible 14-win streak, and he looks completely comfortable out here. Let's see if Omnic finds a spark. Unbelievable. Both players were practically out of health, but Aster manages to claw out a victory. That's another nail-biter that nearly went the other way. A completely untouched finish for Omnic as he continues this spirited push back into the game. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster barely edges out the victory. He's managing to hold his ground despite those shaky health bars. Omnic just blindsided him right off the box, refusing to let the gap widen further. Omnic has struggled today, putting up a 6:30 record in the last 24 hours. And honestly, that lack of confidence is starting to show in these late game exchanges. He needs a perfect series of rounds just to get back in the fight. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, keeping things interesting as he claws back another round. Aster just shuts this down with a gorgeous shot on the box, moving within a single point of victory. Omnic keeps the dream alive by shutting that down in an instant. Omnic is proving to be a much tougher opponent than anticipated. And that is it. Aster closes out the series with a clean finish to secure the win. He really showed why there's such a gap in the rankings today, keeping his cool even when things got a bit shaky. Welcome everyone to Mappers. We've got Omnic and Zeph stepping up today, with Zeph entering the match as the slight favorite. Zeph currently holds a slight advantage in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. It's clear, the confidence is high for him after taking a very decisive victory in their most recent meeting. Now we just have to see if he can maintain that psychological grip on this server. Zeph is really starting to pull away here. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player today. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle here. He's just not finding the openings he needs. Absolutely crushing it right now, and he's now taking total control of this match. He really looks like the stronger player right now. Another effortless round for Zeph, who just cannot be stopped right now. The gap in their ratings is really showing right now. Finally, a result for Omnic, who manages to trade his way into a win. He's looking to bounce back from a tough run of losses today. He's truly digging in now, securing another win to narrow the gap to 3-5. He's proving he belongs in this matchup. Zeph is too quick, catching him right from the ramp to reclaim that lead. Zeph definitely seems more comfortable in this particular set of exchanges. Omnic has really struggled today, suffering through a combined 6 losses in his last few games. It's becoming a tough mountain to climb when you're already playing from behind in the standings. The pressure is certainly mounting on him to find an answer quickly. Zeph holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's really capitalizing on that map edge we saw in the stats. Omnic will need to tighten up his defense to get back into this. Let's see if Omnic wakes up. Zeph is towering over him with a 9-4 lead. His current form has been a struggle today with only 6 wins. What a fight! He barely manages to outlast his opponent after a chaotic exchange, finally knocking Zeph off the container. He's managed to scrape through that encounter with a sliver of health. Zeph is just dominant, putting up a massive 10-5 lead. Zeph is certainly making the most of his higher ladder standing. Omnic holds steady at 6, but Zeph is cruising. The lower ranked player is refusing to go down quietly. The pace of these exchanges is just blistering. Zeph is making it look easy to put the pressure back on. These two are trading rounds back and forth now, making things much tighter than they were a few minutes ago. That was a lightning fast reaction, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. He's putting his foot firmly back on the gas. And that's it. Zeph closes the show and takes the victory. He's really cementing his ownership of this rivalry, just proving he's got the answers for Omnic today. Welcome to Red Line. Aster and Zeth are ready for action though. Aster enters this one as the heavy favorite. Aster starts the map strong, using that height on the ramp to secure the early lead. The gap in their overall win rates is already starting to show. Aster is just too quick today. He completely shut down Zeth's attempt to control the ramp. His recent form is just incredible right now. He picks up another one from the ramp, moving to a clean 3-0 lead. He's coming in hot after that 13-9 victory over Omnic. A tough exchange for both, but he manages to scrape through for another round. It's been a long time since Zeth last took a round from him. Zeth finally secures a win for himself, bringing the tally to 4-1. Zeth is fighting for every bit of ground in this matchup. Aster has a huge head-to-head lead over Zeth, winning nearly 80% of their encounters. It's no wonder we're seeing such a one-sided scoreline. The skill gap is just far too wide for Zeth to close today. Zeth is really putting up a fight, managing to shut down Aster even with him holding the high ground. Zeth has really been through the ringer against him lately. Aster is making it look easy, putting Zeth right back in his place after that momentary lapse. That's a devastating 30-4 record he's putting up over the last day. Aster is dominating, pulling ahead to a massive 8-2. What a scramble! Zeth barely survives that chaotic exchange to close out the half. He's really showing some grit to keep this close. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, everything is playing out just as we expected. He's comfortably in the driver's seat here, while Zeth is struggling to keep pace. Let's see if Zeth can shift gears. Zeth has been fighting against the current all day, but his overall win rate is only 38%, and it's clear he's playing an uphill battle when compared to a veteran like Aster. The momentum shift from those two close rounds has vanished instantly. A lightning fast response to take full control again, moving the lead to 11-4. He's simply too fast, moving to 12 rounds and putting himself on the verge of victory. Unbelievable! He shuts it all down with one last flick and closes out the series. Just another day at the office for him. Zeth put up a good fight, but he's just outclassed by a legend. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim as Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster in this match. Aster enters the server with a massive 16-game win streak. He's been in unbelievable form lately, so seeing him start on the back foot is definitely a surprise. I wonder if he'll be able to shake off this slow start. Aster manages to claw back into a narrow lead. Looking at the history, it's no wonder the gap is showing. We've got a dead heat here. It's a total toss-up right now. This is a surprising look for the rank 41 guy. Omnic pushes ahead, holding a slim one-round advantage. We're all squared up now as we enter round 7. Their overall head-to-head has been very one-sided historically. Omnic is putting on a show here, making a really strong push with that play from the ramp. He's fighting through a rough stretch after those 3 straight losses earlier. Absolute deadlock at 4 apiece heading into round 8. Aster edges ahead by 1 in a tight contest. He's really leaning into that massive lead in their overall head-to-head. These two are practically trading blows at this point. It's a total coin flip who walks away with this set. Omnic just reclaimed control, moving ahead 6-5. It's a complete flip from the result we saw earlier today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a huge surprise to see the number 41 ranked player controlling the pace like this. Aster has definitely struggled to find any momentum early. Time to see if Aster awakens. Omnic holds a thin lead as we kick off 13. That puts him back in a familiar position given his success today. Aster is starting to put the pressure on now, picking up another one from the ramp. Omnic manages to shut that down, effectively neutralizing the height advantage for Aster. Quite a contrast to the way their last map ended. We're tied up at 8-all, completely neck and neck. His recent form is just on another level right now. Aster has reclaimed the lead, moving ahead 9-8. His dominance is showing, especially given the gap in their ratings. Aster is just on fire right now, easily picking him off the ramp for another one. Simply untouchable right now, as he keeps the pressure mounting with another flawless entry. That's a total lockout as he moves to within a single round of victory. Absolutely sensational. Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. Omnic really fought back early, but the skill gap just became too much to overcome in the end. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Zeth are stepping into the arena for this match, where Zeth enters as the slight favorite. Omnic is currently struggling with a 630 record today. It makes this early lead surprising given how poorly he's been performing across his other matches. Zeth needs to find some stability before the slide becomes a real problem. Omnic's really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. The historical edge here clearly belongs to Zeth. Omnic is putting on a real show here, keeping Zeth on his heels as the gap widens. The number 33 ranked man is really feeling the heat right now. Omnic is just too fast right now, picking Zeth clean off that Tetris platform. The underdog is clearly playing a different game than we expected. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that trade, but it keeps his roll going. It's a total flip from their last encounter together. He just cannot find an answer for those high-angle shots, taking the score to 6-1. A total reversal from the outcome we saw in their most recent head-to-head. Absolute control from Omnic, who just cruised through another round to expand his lead. He just wipes Zeth right off the ramp, taking full command of the match. He's completely overturned the script from their last meeting. He's simply not letting up, extending that streak to 7. His recent form has been quite rough, but he's flipping it here. Unreal, he barely clutched that out, surviving a total firefight with just 8 health. Pure instinct in that exchange, just barely keeping his lead. Omnic holds a huge 10-2 lead going into the break. Well, the higher rated player is completely falling apart here. Zeth needs a massive shift in energy if he wants to avoid a quick defeat. Let's see if Zeth can wake up. Omnic has barely won 33% of his games over a massive sample size. It's clear that consistency has always been his biggest hurdle. Now we just have to see if he can resist Zeth's attempt to claw back into this match. Zeth is just cruising now, securing another untouched victory to keep the charge going. Omnic manages to secure the upper hand from the boost, stopping Zeth's momentum. He's clearly ignoring his recent slump during this run. Zeth takes this one, picking Omnic right off the ramp to pull closer. A very tough mountain to climb given the current gap. He simply won that exchange, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. He's making this look effortless despite the lower ranking. Zeth reacts instantly to secure another point and stave off the end. Another win for Zeth, who is refusing to go down without a fight. The momentum shift is palpable now. What a way to close it out. Omnic secures the finale with a perfectly clean kill to take the victory. He just refuses to let his poor run of form get in the way today. A massive result for him here. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Aster and Zeth stepping up for this match, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Aster is absolutely dominating the historical head-to-head with a huge lead of 382-102. It's clear that matchup is a mental burden for Zeth right now. He'll need to find an answer quickly if he wants to stay in this. Both of these players were fighting for the height, but Aster had this slightly faster trigger. Zeth is struggling hard down by 2 rounds. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-8 win against Omnic. Zeth manages to hold that high ground, and now we've got a real battle on our hands. He's proving he can hold his own against a top 10 opponent. Aster is really pulling away with a 4-2 lead. His top 10 status is showing throughout this set. Zeth close back, trailing by just a single point. The underdog is keeping this series very competitive. Aster has been completely unstoppable lately, maintaining a perfect 10-match win streak. And honestly, that momentum is clearly carrying over into this series. Zeth is fighting a tough battle against someone who just isn't letting up. Unbelievable. Zeth has completely leveled this up to 5-5. Shattering a history of dominance with every single point. A tough exchange here, but Zeth stays composed to outlast him and take the lead. Really surprising to see the number 33 on the ladder performing this well. We are sitting at 6-6 heading into the break, right? This is actually much closer than the analysts predicted. Zeth is showing some serious grit by keeping pace with a top 10 player like Aster. Zeth is just refusing to go away, using that high ground to build a narrow lead. A lightning fast response to take control here. Zeth is really putting on a clinic right now, securing another win from the box. Aster just dealt with that high ground threat and brought this set right back to a tie. We're seeing a very similar dynamic to their recent meeting on Redline. We've got a deadlock at 8-8 between these two. His current form is simply terrifying right now. Zeth takes a slim 9-8 advantage here. That was a tight exchange, but he barely survived that one. Zeth is finding an answer for Aster's pressure and is now putting the pressure back on him. Absolutely effortless. He's simply untouchable right now as he extends this run to 3 straight. Aster manages to hold the momentum, proving he's still very much in this fight. He's really fighting to keep his head above water here. A perfect sequence there, and he clears Aster off the box to secure match point. Absolute precision to shut that down. Aster is refusing to go down without a fight, snapping that streak and extending the tension. He's refusing to crumble, shutting things down completely to keep his hopes alive. Pure grit from someone who was never supposed to be this competitive. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he wins the fight and forces a tie. Things are getting incredibly tense as we head into the final regulation round. He just doesn't know where to stop, sliding right past Zeth to take a commanding lead in this overtime. Absolutely flawless reaction to secure a huge advantage. What a response! He completely shuts the door on that momentum to keep things even. He's just too sharp right now, taking the lead with a perfectly timed shot. A huge test for the lower ranked player in this series. Neither side can pull ahead. It's a complete stalemate as they trade rounds in this overtime. The gap in the rankings is completely irrelevant in this series. What a way to seize control. Esther simply denies Zeth on the box to reach match point. A huge swing in momentum for a high-stakes finish. Zeth responds immediately, tracking and deleting him right off the box to bring this back to a deadlock. Aster barely edges ahead, pushing the lead to 16. Symmetry once again. Aster and Zed are locked at 16. Zed strikes back, clawing his way to a 17-16 lead. The gap between their ranks feels non-existent in a series like this. Pure madness. We're back to a dead heat at 17. It's becoming a complete toss-up between these two. Zeth has a hair of a lead at 18-17. He's showing some incredibly steady nerves after that tight win over Omnic. Zeth has really surged ahead to lead 19-17. He just overcame a mountain of history to get this result. This is easily the biggest upset we've seen all day. What a performance. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Aster are facing off on orange today, where Aster enters the match as the strong favorite. Aster has been absolutely dominant in this head-to-head history, taking a huge majority of their 500 matches. It's clear that the psychological edge is firmly with the favorite. The big question now is whether Omnic can find any way to disrupt that pattern. Omnic is actually pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. A huge shake-up considering the massive gap in their ratings. He's on fire right now, putting together 3 straight rounds of pure precision. A shocking start for the 9th ranked player in our group. Aster answers back quickly, keeping this close at 3-2. He's been absolutely crushing it today with a 30-5 record. Deadlocked at 3-all. We've got a real nail-biter. He's definitely feeling the momentum after that dominant day so far. Omnic regains the lead, pushing ahead 4-3. The bottom of the ladder is making a statement. Omnic has a historically low win rate of 33% across 1700 matches. It's really striking to see him outclassing a player of this caliber right now. He's completely defied the numbers in this opening half. goodness. That was a total scramble. He barely survives that exchange to take a 4th straight round. A complete reversal from their previous clash on Fast Aim. He just can't be stopped, securing another victory to maintain this huge momentum. Hard to believe we're seeing this given the historical disparity. Omnic takes a huge lead into the break at 9-3. I mean, he's completely flipped the script here. This was supposed to be a one-sided affair, but Aster is struggling to keep up. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is simply cruising along with a 10-3 lead. A complete departure from their recent encounter on Fast Aim. Aster finally gets a point, trailing 10-4. A critical moment for a player usually operating at the top of the ladder. Aster is finally starting to claw his way back into this, putting together a nice little string of rounds. He's starting to show why he holds a top 10 spot. He is simply outplaying his opponent right now, picking up his 3rd straight win with a lightning fast reaction. He puts a stop to the momentum, cutting that run short to extend his lead. It's a stark contrast to his tough 8-13 defeat when they met on Fast Aim. The gap is narrowing a bit, and Omnic needs to keep his composure if he wants to close this out. He is definitely leaning on that top 10 rank right now. Aster is starting to put together a real run here, putting the pressure right back on Omnic. The higher rated competitor is starting to look dangerous again. He's practically unstoppable now, taking another round to close the gap. This is a completely different look than those early rounds. A complete shutdown. He's now stacked 4 in a row as he keeps pushing back into this contest. Omnic digs deep in that firefight to shut down the rally and move within striking distance. That's a huge weight off his shoulders right now. What a finish! He manages to secure the final kill and walks away with the victory. He just stepped up when it counted, ignoring every single stat that said he couldn't win this. Truly a massive result. What a match! Welcome everyone to the duel on Mappes. We have Omnic facing off against Zeth in this exciting matchup. Zeth is usually the more consistent player in this rivalry, leading their total head-to-head history with 281 wins. It's definitely surprising to see him start this map so slowly. He'll need to find a way to shut down Omnic's early momentum. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's showing a lot of confidence after that previous head-to-head victory. Neither player can seem to find a footing here as they just keep trading rounds back and forth. The higher ranked competitor is starting to find his stride. Zeth has snatched the lead with a 3-2 advantage. The higher seed is clearly starting to assert himself. He's just completely taking over now, picking up another effortless victory. Another lightning fast reaction, and now Zeth has claimed 4 straight. He refuses to fold, shutting down the momentum shift with an absolutely pristine round. He's digging in and refuses to go away, pulling the score back to within a single round. Expectations for the favorite are slipping as the gap closes. Omnic has been struggling today with a record of 8-28 across his matches. That makes this current struggle to close up the map even more frustrating for him. Zeth really needs to capitalize on that poor form now. Omnic is staying strong and looks ready to make a push before we head into the break. A really clean finish to keep this tight. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is perfectly aligned with how we expected a balanced match to go. Both players look sharp as they swap sides. Let's see who blinks. Zeth edges ahead, holding a narrow 7-6 lead. He's showing why he sits higher on the ladder today. What a scramble! He manages to clutch out a victory in a chaotic exchange that almost went the other way. Talk about a heart-stopping narrow escape for him there. Absolutely crushing it. Zeth just shut everything down to put himself in a commanding position. Another flawless victory. He's completely outclassed his opponent in this stretch. Just too fast again. He's really putting on a show right now. A stark contrast to the result of their previous meeting. A precise response to snap that winning run and keep himself in the game. He's fighting for every single round here. Omnic has really flipped the script here, quickly erasing that comfortable cushion Zeth had built up. Omnic is on fire, just plucking Zeth right off that ramp. He is starting to look like a real threat, despite the initial odds. A tough scramble there, but Zeth manages to outlast him and move within a single round of victory. His nerves are holding steady in these final moments. He simply refuses to go down, keeping this fight alive against all odds. A really clean read on that last exchange. Absolutely cold-blooded, he's staying in this, refusing to let Zeth close the door. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that exchange and forces the match into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. Zeth puts an end to the struggle with an effortless finish. A huge return to form for the favorite in this series. Zeth is really capitalizing on his side of the bracket right now, putting the pressure back on Omnic. His all-time win rate reflects that slightly superior consistency. What a stunner! Omnic just completely shut him down to close the gap even further. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to kick things off in OT. Zef is looking completely locked in right now. That was an incredibly crisp exchange to end it. Zef closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. Honestly, Omnic deserves some credit for pushing him all the way through overtime. He really fought his way back in. What a battle! Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Zed are heading to Italy today to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a commanding head-to-head lead of 380-103 over his opponent. That massive historical gap explains why he's entering this match as the heavy favorite. We'll see if Zef can find a way to break that cycle today. Aster is pulling ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The lower-ranked player is refusing to be intimidated right now. Aster is just an absolute blur today. These exchanges are ending in the blink of an eye. Zed is fighting back, trailing by just a single round. We saw this same story unfold during their last encounter on Dunes. Aster is really asserting his dominance with a 4-2 lead. The gapping skill is really showing himself to be a cut above. Aster is absolutely on fire today with a 28-6 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into this series. Zeth needs to find a way to break this rhythm before the lead spirals further. Another effortless shot for Zeth, keeping this rally alive. The betting favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Aster is distancing himself again, leading 6-4. A nice response after that tough series on Dunes. A lightning-fast encounter that puts him in a great spot heading into the switch. He definitely has a look at him now. We've got a deadlock at 6-all going into the break. I mean, Aster is normally the clear favorite here, but Zed is playing him incredibly close right now. This is shaping up to be a total grind. Time to see who blinks first. Aster reclaimed the lead, putting him up 7-6. The higher rated player seems to be reclaiming control here. Aster pushes his lead back to 8-6. He's firmly in his element on this map. Zeth is showing a lot of grit, shutting him down with a lightning fast flick. He's completely neutralized the opposition, bringing this whole series back to a dead heat. This is an incredible reset for the trailing player. Aster edges ahead once more, claiming a slim lead. The difference in their ladder positions is definitely staring them in the face. Aster is extending the gap to a 2-round cushion. He's clearly looking to avenge that narrow loss from their most recent Dunes clash. Aster is putting on a real display, securing another effortless victory to keep the streak rolling. He just won't stop putting a huge dent in Zed's confidence and moving within striking distance of victory. A frantic scramble ends with Zed coming out on top, stalling the momentum just for a moment. Just enough of a breather to keep things interesting. He's simply refusing to go away, taking another round to keep the fight alive. He's starting to put some serious pressure on the leader. Incredible! Zed is on a roll now, taking down another round with a clean shot. What a finish! Aster secures the victory with a clutch exchange to close it all out. Zed really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome to the league. Omnic and Aster are heading to Redline for this match, where Aster enters as the heavy favorite. Aster is looking sharp today with a 29-6 record over the last day. It's a strong start for a player who has consistently controlled this head-to-head matchup. We just have to see if Omnic can find some stability early on. What a scramble! Aster claws out a win from the ramp after both players nearly emptied their magazines. Aster holds the lead, putting the pressure on Omnic. The 12th-ranked guy isn't exactly sailing through this. Aster is cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. These early rounds are just flying by. Aster is barely giving Omnic any time to react. A gorgeous play from the ramp as he starts to chip away at that deficit. The gap in the ladder rankings isn't showing up right now. The momentum is shifting as he puts together another round to keep this chase alive. Aster proves just too quick for him, clearing the ramp and extending that lead. He's currently sitting comfortably in the top quartile of our rating. Aster is really putting his foot on the gas now, while Omnic has had a tough run with 8 wins over his last 27 matches. I mean, that low confidence trend is clearly starting to impact the server. It'll be a struggle to turn this around if he can't find a way to break this momentum. Aster still firmly in control with a 7-4 edge. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly the kind of start we anticipated for the higher seeded player. Omnic is fighting hard, but the skill gap is still showing. Let's see if Omnic can tighten up. A gritty trade of shots there, but he manages to outlast the fight to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely feeling more confident now. Aster reads the play well and just cleans him right off that ramp. He's clearly getting the better of his opponent in this long-term rivalry. Aster is putting on a clinic from that ramp, really tightening the noose here. The gap between them is staggering across their long history. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to keep this rally going. Heart-stopping finish there for the underdog. Aster is just relentless right now, securing another quick win from the ramp. He's truly dominating the all-time head-to-head history. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle here as the gap continues to widen. The pressure is mounting as the lead stretches to 4. Omnic is refusing to go quietly digging in just when it looked like the match was slipping away. He's completely untroubled here, securing a second straight for the comeback attempt. The underdog is starting to look a lot more comfortable out there. He is simply on fire right now, taking a 3rd consecutive victory in a blink. He manages to hold that surge, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Just a clean piece of work to shut down that rally. Unbelievable. He survives by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. Omnic really pushed the pace in the second half, but the higher seed just had too much composure in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on fast aim, with Zeth entering as the slight favorite. What a scramble. Omnic barely comes out alive after cutting Zeth down from the ramp. Unreal. He barely survived that exchange, scraping through with a tiny sliver of health left. He's really shaking the hierarchy of the ladder right now. Zeth responds quickly and shuts down the angle from the ramp to tie things up. The head-to-head history strongly suggests Zeth has the edge here. Symmetry on the board as they head into round 5. That consistency is exactly why he sits comfortably higher on the ladder. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now, picking Omnic right off the ramp to make it 3 straight. Absolutely ruthless. He just completely shuts the door on any hope of a comeback right now. Just a blink and it's over. The momentum is completely on his side now. He is just completely taking over the game, keeping the streak alive with a clean finish. He's putting that higher rating to good use today. Good grief, a total brawl that came down to the absolute last sliver of health for Zeth. That's a rough slide for the 41st seed right now. A total shutdown on the ramp, putting him in a commanding 8-0 run. He looks just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. Zeth manages to clear him off the ramp, continuing this incredible run. He's had some tough matches today, but the gap is showing. Zeth holds a heavy 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, but he's practically run away with it. He needs just a few more rounds to close this out. Omnic needs a spark here. Omnic is sitting on an 8-27 record over the last day, and honestly he's really fighting an uphill battle against those odds. These last 2 rounds are showing that he can still punish mistakes even if the overall momentum is shifted. Zeth is practically untouchable with a massive 9-5 cushion. The underdog is certainly putting up a fight after that last loss. Zeth quickly puts an end to that mini streak by catching him from the ramp. The higher seeded player is just starting to assert his will. Zeth is practically coasting with a 10-6 lead. Omnic clawed back a point, but Zeth still leads 10-7. He is showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. Zeth manages to put him down on the ramp, keeping the pressure firmly on. Zeth's 16-20 outing today has him playing with plenty of confidence. A quick snap to the head brings Zeth to the verge of victory after catching him on the ramp. The pressure is mounting for the 41st seed now. What a read! Omnic catches him right off the ramp to force another round. A critical stop that keeps this match from ending right now. He denies the match point with an incredibly clean shot from below the ramp. Zeth looks a bit rattled after that exchange. He's just refusing to go away, taking another round to keep this fight alive. Everything has shifted in the blink of an eye. And there it is. Zeth secures the final blow to close out the series. He really pushed it to the limit there, but that late game resilience was just too much. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Esther and Zeth facing off, though Esther enters as the strong favorite today. Esther is historically a powerhouse here with a 72% win rate on this map. Zeth is clearly trying to buck that trend early. It's a bold start for the underdog given how heavily Esther has controlled their past meetings. Zeth just shut the door from the ramp, claiming another rapid victory. Rarely do we see the favorite struggle this much right out of the gate. And there's the response. Esther is showing some grit to get back on the board. That was effortless. He's starting to mount a real charge here. He's quickly proving why he entered as the heavy favorite. Zeth still holds a commanding lead, sitting at 4-2. A tough spot for Esther, who's been in dominant form with 28 wins today. Unreal. Zeth barely walks away from the Tetris, escaping with a tiny sliver of health. A complete role reversal from their last encounter. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now, walking away with another clean point. A stark contrast to how their previous match ended. Esther finally finds an opening, picking Zeth off the ramp. The skill gap is finally starting to bridge the gap in score. Zeth is currently defying a massive historical deficit, having lost nearly 80% of their past encounters. You know, it's a surprising shift in energy, considering how lopsided this match looks on paper. He's simply refusing to let Esther dictate the pace. Zeth takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a shocking turn of events. The lower rated player is completely outplaying the favorite right now. Time to shake things up. Zeth is looming large with a huge 9-4 cushion. Hard to believe the number 32 seed is this comfortable. Zeth looks unstoppable, now towering with a 10-4 lead. That was a gritty exchange, but Zeth digs deep to keep his streak alive. An absolute nightmare for the number 12 seed right now. An absolute shutdown. He's now just one round away from finishing this. A truly stunning performance from the 32nd seed. He secures a clutch fight from the ramp to delay the inevitable. He just needed a moment to breathe. He's fighting back with another quick exchange to keep this game alive. The momentum has completely swung back his way. What a finish! He secures the final point from the ramp to close out the match. He just completely dismantled the map's best expert, putting an end to a long losing streak in their rivalry. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on orange, with Aster heading in as the heavy favorite. Aster has been an absolute wall against Omnic in their history, winning 75% of their total meetings, and we're seeing that familiarity play a huge role early on. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find any answers today. Aster is now leading by a single round. Coming into this one, he's certainly fighting a steep uphill battle. Aster is making the most of the early momentum, really putting a grip on this early stage of the map. His recent form is night and day compared to his opponents. What a scrap! He manages to dig deep and survive an absolute war of attrition. He's really continuing the dominant trend from their last set. And here's a prompt response. Omnic shows some real grit to cut that gap down to 2. He's not backing down, putting up another strong response to keep this close. The pressure is definitely starting to build for the higher seed. Aster has been absolutely crushing it today with a 28-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's a level of consistency that really explains the gap we're seeing in the scoreline. Now it's just a matter of whether Omnic can find a way to disrupt this rhythm. What a brawl! Aster claws out a victory in a total slugfest to keep his run alive. Aster really has a high comfort level in this matchup. Omnic takes this one cleanly, keeping things interesting as we head toward the break. A quick exchange that really puts some doubt in the lead. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Things are unfolding pretty much as expected here. He's utilizing that 76% map win rate to keep the pressure high on Omnic. Time to swap sides. Aster is just cruising now with a 9-4 lead. His experience in high-stakes matchups is really showing here. Aster is just untouchable, pushing ahead to a 10-4 lead. The skill gap on the ladder is really evident right now. Total shutdown. He's completely seized control of the map with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. He's really capitalizing on his position in the top half of the ladder. He's completely in control now, and just one more round seals the victory. Omnic just can't find a way to slow him down. A huge stop here. He just refused to let the game end right there. A sudden flash of brilliance to put a momentary dent in that run. And there it is. Aster shuts the door completely to finish the series. He was just on another level today, and Omnic really struggled to find any way back into this one. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on Italy, with Zeth entering this match as the favorite. Zeth really has the psychological edge here since he's already beaten Omnic once today. It's a pattern that has followed them for hundreds of matches. It'll be tough for Omnic to shake that feeling of defeat. Omnic holds a surprising 2-1 lead right now. He's really struggling to keep his head up today. We're back to a deadlock here, with both players refusing to let the other pull away early. Zeth generally stays more consistent throughout the match. Zeth just clawed ahead to take a 3-2 lead. The rating gap between the two is starting to feel real. Omnic has completely erased Zeth's lead to tie it up. Zeth has been in a much better spot overall this afternoon. That was an incredibly fast exchange, almost instantaneous. He's definitely playing with more confidence right now. Omnic has struggled with his composure today, falling to a very difficult 8-28 record over the last day. It's clearly putting him in a hole and making it harder for him to find some stability in this specific set. Omnic walks away from that completely unscathed, showing some real grit to stay in the fight. It's a tight battle for a player who is normally the clear favorite. Zeth is pulling away now with a 7-4 cushion. He's been the more successful one in their long history together. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite right now. That mid-half streak really gave him the momentum he needed to separate himself from Omnic. Time for Omnic to fight back. Zeth is maintaining a comfortable 3-round advantage here. He needs a strong finish to avenge that 10-13 loss from earlier. Another spotless finish for the underdog, showing some real toughness in this push. We're seeing the gap close as he finds his footing. Zeth still holds a solid 3-round grip on this. He really seems to have the read on his opponent today. Absolutely untouchable in that exchange, continuing this impressive climb back into the series. He is showing a lot of heart right now, continuing this charge to get within a single round of the leader. Unbelievable! He's completely leveled the score, erasing a massive deficit in a stunning surge. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Absolute control now, taking his 4th straight round without taking a single hit. A complete turnaround from how we expected this set to go. Zeth answers right back to keep things perfectly even. The raw skill gap is barely showing too as this goes on. Zeth is quickly reclaiming control of the server after a brief scare. Zeth is on fire, shut that down instantly to put himself in a position to close the game right now. He refuses to go down quietly, extending the fight and forcing Zeth to prove he can close this out. And there it is, Zeth closes the door with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. What an unbelievable effort from the underdog to keep things this tense, but the favorite ultimately keeps that head-to-head lead. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a match between Aster and Zeth, where the heavy favorite looks to dominate. Aster is the clear, historically dominant force here, winning nearly 80% of their all-time matchups. It's a massive contrast to how the momentum looks right now, considering Zeth just took their last meeting. Let's see if Aster can snap that trend early. Zeth is really rolling now, leading 2-1. His 28-6 record today shows why he's the favorite. Aster had looked shaken for a moment, but he's managed to claw his way back into this one. He's currently sitting in the top 15 of our rating. Zeth just secures that elevation and it keeps him in the driver's seat. A very clean look at that engage from the box. Zeth is just flying right now, using that high ground to put a real grip on this map. What a response from Zeth, who just shut down Aster's surge with an effortless finish. A totally untouchable exchange here, showing Aster is not going down without a fight. A crucial adjustment here for the higher seeded player. Zeth is really putting together a stronger performance today, which is wild when you look at how far behind he trails in the overall head-to-head. It's a massive shift in the dynamic for him. We're seeing him outplay a much higher rated opponent in real time. He's putting up a strong fight now, continuing this run just before we head into the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is basically a toss-up right now. Aster is staying steady despite Zeth's effort to put up a fight, but the favorite hasn't quite pulled away yet. Fresh start for both of them. Zeth edges ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. Quite a shift for someone sitting outside the top 30 right now. Zeth just can't be stopped right now, taking Aster right off that high ground to extend his lead. Aster is showing some serious grit here, shutting the door on Zeth with a total shutdown. Zeth is still grinding out a thin advantage in this series. Zeth holds a 2-round cushion as we hit 16. The lower ranked player is really playing his own game today. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure on to close the gap. That was a blistering pace to bring the score back to 1. He just blew through that defense, knocking Zeth off the box to bring us completely level. Zeth barely holds onto that 1-round lead. It's an impressive run, especially with a rating that low. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, just 2 points away from closing this whole thing out. Aster refuses to crumble, staying sharp to keep this series within reach. He's proving why he holds a much higher spot in our rating. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. This is a massive shift from where the odds started today. He's completely taken over, securing a 3rd straight point to move within a single round of victory. Unbelievable. After falling behind early, Aster digs deep to close out the series with a stunning victory. Zeth put up an incredible fight, but the experience eventually paid off for the top seed. He really pushed him to the limit. What a battle! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Omnic taking on a very strong Aster on Mappas. Let's see if they can pull an upset. Aster dominates the head-to-head history with 452 wins over Omnic. It's a massive gap that usually translates into a very predictable outcome. I'm curious to see if Omnic can actually find a way to shake this cycle. Omnic is putting up a serious fight, leading 2-1. Hard to believe it considering how bad his recent form has been. He's just completely taking over the server right now. Quite a turnaround considering he just gave up 13 in their last meeting. Absolutely effortless. He's just outclassing the competition right now. Aster digs deep to get this one back, showing some real grit. Expected the favorite to start pushing back at some point. Omnic is currently playing way above his usual level, especially with that low 33% career win rate. It's a total shift in dynamic when you consider he's basically the bottom of the ladder right now. We just have to see if this confidence lasts. Another fast response from the leader, taking a huge 5-round advantage. Aster gets a clean shot off here to bring the score to 7-3. The 12th ranked player is starting to show that experience. Omnic just extends the lead to a commanding 8-3. A completely different story compared to his recent form. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete shock given the rank difference. We are seeing a massive struggle from Aster, who normally controls this matchup. Time to see if the momentum holds. Aster manages to keep the pressure on, quickly clearing Omnic off the ramp. The higher rated player is starting to find his footing here. A perfect encounter there, as he continues to climb back into this match. He is quickly closing the gap. Omnic is still firmly in control at 9-6. He's really shaking off that recent rough patch today. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his lead. He's really flipping the script on his usual 20% recent form. A wild exchange of fire, and he barely survives the chaos to take the round. A very tense exchange there, with both sides dancing on the edge. Omnic is just refusing to let this match slide away, keeping the pressure high. These two are trading blows back and forth, keeping the tension high as we head into the final stretch. His overall track record here suggests he'll keep digging in. That's a huge burst of fire to secure the win and push him to the verge of victory. This has been a complete reversal of the expected roles. He closes out the series right there, securing the win in a frantic firefight. Just a legendary performance from someone who's usually the underdog in this rivalry. He's going to be buzzing after that one. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. A quick start for Omnic, who used that ramp for a great angle to get a lead. Zeth holds the overall edge in their head-to-head history. Zeth is clearly having a rough day with a 17-19 record. It's surprising because he usually handles these matchups much better than he is right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake this off. Omnic just absolutely crushed that attempt, picking him right off the ramp. Zeth finds his mark and finally gets a round back on the board. Omnic really knows how to use that ramp to keep Zeth pinned down. Zeth has had a lot of success in this rivalry lately. Omnic is putting a real stranglehold on Zeth now. Zeth is showing exactly why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Omnic is really putting his back into this series despite having a low 33% win rate over his career. I mean, he's playing with a lot of confidence today. We have to see if Zeth can find a way to shut this down before it gets out of hand. Absolute chaos on the screen, and somehow Zeth claws out the win with a tiny sliver of health. He has looked remarkably sharp in his other matches today. He's not backing down, putting together another clean frame to close the gap. What a turnaround. He is completely taking over this half now. Total shift in energy as the pressure mounts for the lead. We're all squared up at 6-6. Honestly, this is exactly the type of brawl we wanted to see. Both players have already put up 4-round streaks, so we can expect a very unpredictable second half. Time to see who blinks first. A flawless display of precision, and Zeth continues to claw his way back into this match. He's looking way more comfortable and confident now. Both of them decided to fight for the high ground this time, and Omnic managed to come out on top. Omnic is really fighting the odds as the lowest rated player here. Unbelievable. Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he somehow keeps his composure to secure the win. A huge shift from their encounter on A Italy P. He just keeps rolling now, taking full control of this match. It's quite a contrast compared to his recent 13-8 victory over Aster. A terrifyingly fast reflex shot there, and he refuses to let that lead widen. Omnic has reclaimed the 2-round advantage. It is a complete flip from how their last encounter ended. The gap is widening quickly. Zeth really needs to find a way to reset before this slips away entirely. He manages to survive the trade and keeps his hopes alive in this series. That was a scrappy exchange to get back in the game. Omnic secures a total shutout in this exchange, bringing him to a single victory for the win. He's making the top half seed look very vulnerable right now. Zeth shuts this down quickly from the ramp, showing some serious grit to keep this game alive. He managed to trade that back instantly. What a shot! Omnic secures the victory and claims the entire map. He really fought his way through that match to overcome the odds. Zeth put up a huge fight, but he just couldn't hold the line. What a battle! Welcome everyone to the duel on Orange. Aster takes on Zeth in a match where the favorite looks strong. Aster has traditionally dominated this pair with a 79% win rate. So he's definitely the one we expect to take control here. He is an absolute force in this particular head-to-head. So Zeth is fighting a steep uphill battle. Zeth is pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. That's a strong showing from a guy who's really been on fire today. The momentum has completely shifted, and now we're back to a dead heat. A bit of a contrast to that strong 13-5 showing earlier. He's just unstoppable right now, making it 3 in a row for the lead. The skill gap is really starting to show here. Fast reflex play puts everything back on even ground. He's really fighting against the tight knight. Aster manages to edge ahead with a 4-3 lead. He's showing a lot of composure after that close loss to Omnic. Zeth forces a draw and we're tied at 4. That's a lot of pressure on the number 32 seed right now. Zeth is really putting the pressure on right now, stacking up a solid run of rounds. Zeth is definitely not letting his lower rating face him tonight. And we're completely locked in at 5 apiece. He definitely has the upper hand in the all-time record. Aster pulls ahead just a bit with a 6-5 lead. He looks completely comfortable playing from the front right now. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the switch. Honestly, it's a surprising result given the map stats. Zeth is keeping pace with a high-ranked opponent and looks ready for a fight. Let's see if the tide turns. Aster breaks the deadlock, moving ahead 7-6. It's been a grueling day for a player with a 17-19 record. Zeth answers back and we're staring at a 7-7 stalemate. Zeth is really digging in to erase that historical disadvantage. Zeth is really starting to build some dangerous momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. Zeth is simply too quick for him right now, extending the lead to 9. Simply untouchable right now as he pushes the gap to 3. He's making a 200-point rating gap look non-existent right now. Aster finally cuts the run, refusing to let Zeth slide away with this one. The pressure is definitely mounting for the top-seeded player. Zeth is really putting a chokehold on this match, making it very difficult for Aster to find any footing. A flawless reaction from Zeth puts him on match point. Absolute chaos for the favorite at this stage. He's staying focused, putting a stop to that run and bringing the score to 9-12. Zeth still holds a comfortable cushion for now. What a finish! Zeth closes it out right now to secure the victory. An incredible shift in the rivalry here as Zeth finally breaks through the wall against his nemesis. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Omnic and Aster stepping up for this match, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Aster has a massive historical lead with over 400 round wins in their head-to-head battles. It's clear he's leaning into that psychological edge early on. Now we have to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that flow. He just can't find an answer for this, putting himself up by 3. He's really putting that higher rating to work right now. Absolutely effortless. He's just refusing to let up on this pace. Simply untouchable right now. He's taking complete control of this opening stretch. Finally, he earns a round for himself to keep this competitive. Looking at how he's played throughout the day, that's a surprising turnaround. Omnic's day has been quite a struggle with a rough 8-28 record so far. Looking at that, it's becoming clear how much he's fighting an uphill battle today. He'll need a serious shift in energy to get this back on track. Aster is just dominating, leading 7-1 right now. He's certainly playing like one of the top 15 in the league. Aster is practically coasting with a commanding 7-2 lead. The pressure is really mounting for Omnic, who needs a string of wins here to keep this contest viable. Aster's just cruising along with an 8-3 lead. It's a glimpse of the confidence we saw in their last matchup. Aster takes the 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is playing out just like we thought it would. He's playing the better game and looks far too comfortable with a 4-round cushion. Let's see some fresh energy now. Another round for Aster, pushing that lead to 9-4. This is exactly how those 28 wins earlier today looked. Omnic finally claws one back to make it 5-9. That's a huge contrast to how the match started. He's really starting to put some pressure on Aster now that he's found some momentum. It's a familiar scene given that recent 13-8 victory. What a response, he just won't let this lead slip away, taking his 3rd straight round. The gap is closing fast after that series of quick picks. He puts a stop to that mini run immediately, keeping his lead comfortably at 10. He refuses to go away, absorbing some damage before swinging out to secure the kill. A rapid response for Omnic, who is showing incredible heart by digging himself out of a deep hole. Unbelievable! He completely levels the score, fighting back with a clean triple round sweep. The run just keeps coming. He's now in a commanding position after taking 4 straight. The script has completely flipped for these two. Another huge pick, and Omnic is now just one more round away from victory. The favorites are looking completely rattled right now. Aster refuses to let the match end right here, shutting down that momentum instantly. Unbelievable! What a fight back to close it out and secure the map. He just completely defied the odds. After starting so far behind, he really kept his composure to pull off the upset. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Redline today. We've got Omnic facing off against Zeth to see who comes out on top. Zeth starts strong, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to take an early lead. He's definitely proving to be the stronger force in their long-term head-to-head. Omnic is really capitalizing on a strong run of form right now. I mean, he's carrying that confidence directly from their most recent clash, where he managed to edge out Zeth. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that edge today. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that fight on the ramp to even things up. Zeth has historically been the more consistent player in these matchups. Zeth is really capitalizing on those early openings, catching Omnic completely exposed on the ramp. Zeth is definitely playing like the favorite in this one. Zeth is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. Zeth's ranking advantage seems to be playing a factor here. Zeth earns another win from the ramp, putting him on a 3-round tier. Zeth's higher rating on the ladder is becoming very apparent. Omnic puts up a fierce response here, refusing to let the lead slip further away. He needs to keep this pressure up to bridge that gap. Looking at the numbers, Zeth has a much stronger record in the last day with an 18-18 run. That's a stark contrast to Omnic's current struggles. It shows why Zeth is finding it so easy to dictate the pace of this game. Omnic pulls this off by taking Zeth right off those boxes. He's certainly playing the spoiler despite that rank deficit. We head into the break with Zeth leading 8-4. I mean, the higher rated player is simply outplaying his opponent right now. Zeth is fully utilizing that map edge to stay in a comfortable position. Time for the reset. That was a nail-biter of a trade. Talk about a close call, that was nearly a throw. Another point for the underdog, who's really starting to mount a challenge here. Absolutely lethal pacing from the challenger right now. Zeth reacts quickly to put the pressure back on, shutting Omnic down while he was still on the ramp. A solid way to answer back and regain some breathing room. He is showing some serious grit, clawing his way back into this game. He's really refusing to let Zeth walk away with this comfortably. Zeth had the perfect read on that one, effectively shutting down any momentum Omnic was trying to build. Unreal. A total brawl that ends with him barely clinging to life to seal the round. That's a stark difference compared to the 827 day he's had so far. A totally effortless kill to put Zeth just one round away from victory. The skill gap is on full display in the closing moments. A sharp response from Omnic to keep this game alive. Zeth is still comfortably ahead despite that sudden slip. He's staying hot, picking up another one to keep the dream alive. He's definitely showing some nerves after that strong start. Boom! Zeth outlasts the exchange to close out the match. He really looked sharp on the timings throughout the set, making those plays look effortless. Omnic put up a fight, but he just couldn't keep the momentum going. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Zeth facing off on Mappas, with the clear favorite looking to dominate. Aster has dominated this rivalry with a 79% win rate in their head-to-head history. But we have to remember that Zeth actually won their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries through this map. Zeth holds a narrow lead, putting Aster on the defensive. The 31 seed is really proving his worth here. Aster secures the high ground on that ramp and manages to pull things back to a dead heat. He's certainly shaking off the rust from that recent loss to Omni. Aster takes the momentum, leading 3-2 now. Zeth has had a decent run of form lately, but the pressure is mounting. Absolutely untouched again, keeping that hot streak rolling for Aster. Pure chaos for the lower seed, trying to find an answer. A lightning fast snap to the head gives him a huge cushion in this series. Zeth manages to fight back, showing some real grit here. Zeth is clearly not intimidated by the ranking gap today. Aster has been incredibly productive today, racking up a 27-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's using this series to shake off those early struggles he had in his previous games. He's really starting to pull away now. What a scramble. He almost goes down, but manages to claw out the win in a total brawl. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He's just way too strong for Zeth right now. Let's see if Zeth can pivot. Aster's just relentless, now pushing his lead to 10-3. The higher seed is simply too precise right now. Zeth just won't go away, taking him down from the ramp for another point. He's definitely drawing on that recent victory over the favorite. Zeth secures another, but Aster still holds a 10-5 edge. Aster is just too fast for him today, really tightening the grip on this match. He just won't let the momentum shift, and now Aster is a single round away from victory. It's been a rough outing for the lower seed tonight. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He's looked absolutely untouchable today, and that sub 1 second kill really summed up the whole series. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's match. Let's see who takes the win. Aster comes out swinging and takes control immediately, catching Omnic right as he climbed that ramp. A strong start for the higher rated side. Aster is practically a wall against this opponent, winning 75% of their career meetings. It's clear he's bringing that historical dominance into today's server. He just needs to keep this pace to avoid another upset. Aster is simply outclassing him right now, taking a huge lead early on. Aster is putting his higher ladder ranking on full display here. He is just too fast, securing another flawless round to stay perfect. Omnic answers back with a clean shot to keep things interesting. He's actually managed to take a set off his opponent recently. Aster still holds a commanding 3-round lead. It's a bit like that Italy battle they had earlier. What a turnaround! He's just found his second win and now carries a 3-round streak. This is the closest the match has felt since the very beginning. Aster puts an end to that brief momentum shift and stays firmly in control. Aster looks much more comfortable than he did against Zed today. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp, showing some serious grit in this game. The underdog is refusing to go quiet today. Omnic has a tough road today with a combined 827 record across his last few matches. It's starting to look like a long day for the underdog. Now he's fighting an uphill battle to prevent Aster from cruising to an easy victory. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as we predicted. He's keeping the pressure high, and Omnic just doesn't have the numbers to challenge the leader right now. Aster is nearly there, extending his lead to 9. The number 13 in the rankings is reflecting his current form. Aster reaches 10 rounds and is looking absolutely untouchable. The sheer difference in skill level is becoming a wall. Omnic is playing a dangerous game, but he's managed to chip away at that lead. Aster is just too quick for him, keeping the pressure on and staying in the driver's seat. He is definitely proving why he sits in the upper half of the table. He shuts down any hope of a comeback with an incredibly fast reaction. He just completely shut down any rally from the underdog. And there it is. Aster closes out the game with a perfect final strike to seal the victory. A complete performance from the top seed, who really just looked like he was playing a different game. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off to see who comes out on top today. Omnic just put Zeth right in his place, knocking him straight off that box for the early lead. A quick redemption for him after that loss on Red Line. Zeth holds the upper hand in their long-term head-to-head rivalry. He's clearly carrying that confidence into this server after winning their most recent match. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can keep up this early pressure. Omnic is really dominating here with a 3-1 lead. A surprising start for the lower seeded player here. Zeth keeps this close and refuses to let Omnic pull away too far. The higher ranked player is finally starting to exert some control. Omnic's looking strong, pushing the lead to 4-2. He's fighting a tough uphill battle in the rating department. Omnic is just ruthless, extending his gap to 5-2. He's really making a statement despite that lower rank on the ladder. A crucial point of impact to stop the bleeding. The top-ranked pro is starting to show his class. Omnic is currently playing a much cleaner game than his 8-27 record from today would suggest. It shows a lot of resilience to be leading like this when he's had a pretty rough run of matches so far. He's really defying the odds in this series. Omnic is just relentless, now sitting at 7-4. Zeth had the edge in their head-to-head numbers going into this. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's effectively erased that rating gap in this first half. Zeth is clearly feeling the pressure now that he's trailing. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic is just flying now, extending it to 8-5. The gap in their experience levels is barely showing right now. Zeth keeps clawing his way back, refusing to let this lead spiral out of control. It's a tight battle as the favorite tries to close this gap. Zeth just secures another one from the box, really hammering home this comeback bid. Omnic still holds a 2-round cushion at 9-7. He's clearly ignoring that heavy 8-27 record for the day. He's showing serious grit, picking up another easy round to close the gap. That was a lightning fast trade for the momentum shift. Unbelievable. Zeth has completely neutralized the deficit to even things up at 9-9. Zeth is simply on fire, seizing the lead with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. Absolutely flawless timing on that last peak. Omnic quickly answers back by knocking him off that box to even things up. Omnic is really heating up now, finding his second win to take control of the pace. Unbelievable. He clings to life with barely anything left to put himself just 1 round away from victory. What a heart-stopping way to put the pressure on Zeth. Zeth stays composed with a huge stop, keeping his hopes alive in this series. He just needs a little more room to breathe now. What a finish to regulation. He secures his second straight point to force a total deadlock. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, capping off a massive surge to take the win. A perfect way to close out the regulation phase. Omnic gets a huge answer here to bring the series back to a deadlock. He's really proving that the ranking difference doesn't matter today. What an exchange. Zeth barely survives that chaos to reclaim the lead. That was an incredibly fast encounter to take the lead. The tension is unreal right now, as both players are just trading blows in this overtime battle. A true battle of nerves from a couple of veterans. What a chaotic scramble, but Zeth manages to outlast the exchange to secure a 15-14 lead. Incredible. Zeth closes out the series with a fierce final burst to claim the victory. Honestly, Omnic was just a hair away from pulling off the upset here. He really pushed his luck and almost forced the issue. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the stream. We've got Esther and Zeth facing off on orange, with Esther entering as the clear favorite. Esther has been an absolute wall in this specific matchup, winning nearly 80% of their encounters over time. It's really interesting to see Zeth secure the early lead when the history is so one-sided. Let's see if that confidence carries into the next few rounds. He is simply untouchable right now, sweeping through the early stages of this set. Zeth is putting on a clinic here, claiming another flawless round. He's really flipping the script after that loss on Blame Mappas. Aster finally answers back, keeping the score at 1-4. That's a tough spot for a player ranked 31st in the league. He's starting to find some stability here, taking another clean round to narrow the gap. That's 3 in a row for Aster, and Zeth is officially on the defensive now. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel real. Unreal, we are all square now as he hammers home another round to erase that early deficit. Zeth needs to dig deep to avoid a total collapse here. He's absolutely on fire, taking control of the series and moving into the lead. Exactly the kind of momentum we'd expect from a top-tier seed. Zeth manages to pull back into a tie here. A very surprising turn of events given their career history together. Esther digs deep to take another round and earns a slight advantage heading into the final frame of the half. Esther takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the ranking suggested. Zeth showed some grit, but the superior skill on this map is showing. Let's see if Zeth can push back. He's simply not letting up, continuing a fierce surge to widen that gap. He's looking far too comfortable for a guy who almost let this slip. He refuses to go away quietly, putting up a fight to narrow the gap. The underdog is refusing to let the favorites pull away. The momentum is shifting back to Zeth, who just secured another effortless victory. The pressure is mounting on Aster as the lead begins to evaporate. A chaotic exchange of fire, but he manages to walk away as the victor. Zeth is really struggling to hold any ground today. He's putting on a serious display of grit, keeping his composure to double his current streak. He's completely taken over now, extending that win streak to 3 as he chases down the lead. A tight exchange, but he manages to secure another victory. A huge mental win for someone currently outside the top 25. What a turnaround! He's showing incredible strength to put himself just one round away from victory. Zeth just can't seem to put him in a precarious spot. What an ending! Aster survives by a hair to close out the series after trailing early on. He really had to fight for every single one of those rounds to get this done. He had to work for that. Welcome to Redline. Omnic and Aster are ready to go though. Aster enters this one as the clear favorite. Aster has a huge lead in their head-to-head history, having won about 75% of their meetings. It's clear that those past matchups create a massive psychological edge for him. The real story now is how Omnic manages to fight back from that legacy. Omnic is playing with some serious confidence right now, taking control of the server from that ramp. Omnic is really starting to put some pressure on Aster, and he just cleared that ramp with ease. Aster gets a quick return here, putting the pressure back on from the ramp. Aster is coming off a fantastic 27-8 days so far. They're deadlocked at 3-all, completely tied. He's sitting way higher on the ladder, and that class is starting to show. What a scrap! He scrapes through that ramp battle with almost nothing left to take the lead. Barely survived that one, but the momentum is shifting. Absolutely dominant. Aster secures his spot on the ramp to shut things down. That number 1 frame ranking is starting to feel like a real difference. He's completely taken over this match, extending that run to 5 straight wins. It's becoming an uphill battle for the number 38 seed. What a fight! Omnic digs deep to survive and puts a halt to that dominant run. A huge blow to the frontrunner's confidence right there. What a nail-biter. Aster barely survives that chaotic exchange to go into the break with a 3-round advantage. Aster holds an 8-4 lead as we hit the break. I mean, this is exactly how the numbers predicted this match would go. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly here. Time for a new look. Omnic has struggled throughout the day with an 8-27 record so far. You know, it makes this particular push for a comeback even more impressive given his overall form. He's fighting against a heavy tide right now. Aster just completely shut that down from the ramp, ending this exchange in a blink. A steady showing from the upper half seed. Omnic is refusing to go away, putting a definitive stop to the Aster momentum. He's carving out some real breathing room for himself now. He's on a tear now, proving he can really hang with the top seed. Just a couple of rounds away from a completely different game. Incredible. He just completely erased that deficit to bring us all the way back to a tie. Aster finds his mark and gets back in the driver's seat. He's showing why he's a top 15 player in the league. Aster is looking dangerous right now. He's really picking up the pace at the perfect time. Just a completely effortless read to bring the count to 12. Aster is staring right at the finish line. Unbelievable! He shuts the door with one final flick to claim the victory. Omnic really stepped up to keep this close, but his consistency just couldn't match that level of precision. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on the favorite Zeth in a battle for dominance. Zeth holds a clear historical advantage with a 52% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's interesting that Omnic is the one starting with the momentum here. We'll see if he can actually flip the script this time. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Looking at the ladder, the lower ranked player is holding his own. Things are trading back and forth perfectly. It's anyone's game at this point. Zeth clawed back just in time to lead 3-2. He really seems to be finding his form after that loss to Aster. Omnic reads him perfectly and shuts him down from that Tetris block. Absolute deadlock between these two right now. Zeth is really making use of those Tetris blocks to stay one step ahead. His recent 60% win rate is starting to show. And just like that, they're tied up at 4 apiece. Omnic has really been struggling lately, but he's keeping it close here. Zeth regains the lead, pushing ahead 5-4. He's showing a lot of resilience after those tough losses to Aster. It's becoming a real nail-biter as we approach the halfway mark of the regulation game. It's a night and day difference from the result on Dunes. Omnic catches him right as he's stepping off the ramp, continuing this surprising run of rounds. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's a huge shift in momentum for the player who has been struggling all day. He's managing to outplay the higher ranked Zeth on a map where he usually fails. Fresh start for both guys. Omnic has been on a nightmare run today with an 827 record over the last day. It makes this current dominant streak even more shocking considering how much he struggled in his other matches. Zeth is really feeling the pressure now. Omnic is just cruising now, extending it to 9-6. That's a much better look for the higher rated player. Omnic just wasn't letting him breathe up on that ramp. He's really pulling away from the favorite now. He's really defying the odds given where he sits in the standings. He's just not giving Zeth any room to breathe right now. The gap in the score is becoming quite substantial. He just clears the box and now stands a single point away from victory. Zeth manages to hold his ground on the ramp to keep the dream alive. A vital stop for the defender to prevent the sweep. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through a brutal exchange to secure the victory. Just a complete turnaround for the lower seed after everything he's been through today. It's great to see him finally get a win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Zeth facing off on fast aim with the favorite looking for another strong win. Aster starts strong by picking Zeth off the ramp to take a quick lead. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that win against Omnic. Both players were fighting for the same ground there, but Aster's reaction time was just a split second faster. Absolute control from the ramp as he moves to a 3-round lead. Zeth answers back with a perfect shot, refusing to let the lead slip further away. He's showing why the gap in ratings isn't everything. Zeth holds his ground from the ramp to keep this momentum swinging his way. Zeth is clearly unfazed by the pressure of being the underdog here. Incredible turnaround. Zeth snaps the lead and completely evens the score at 3-3. The momentum has completely shifted from the start of the map. Aster reacts first and puts the lead back in his favor. A huge historical gap to bridge between these two. What a turnaround! Zeth shuts down the ramp and brings this series back to a dead heat. Zeth is certainly playing like he belongs in this top bracket. Zeth is refusing to break, knocking the opponent off the ramp to take a slim lead. Zeth is really leaning into the role of the spoiler today. And just like that, Aster forces a dead tie. He looks sharp today, racking up 27 wins so far. Aster edges ahead again, narrowly claiming a 1-round advantage. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is a much closer fight than the head-to-head numbers suggested. Zeth is hanging tough against the top seed right now. Side swap. Let's go. He takes the lead from the ramp, showing some real grit to climb back into this match. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder tonight. A complete shutout on this turn as Zeth continues to climb back into this series. Zeth maintains a thin cushion with an 8-7 advantage. Zeth has been fighting a tough battle today with those 18 losses. Aster strikes back and we are deadlocked at 8. The overall head-to-head record heavily favors this outcome. He clears him right off the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. Zeth is really struggling to find an answer for his opponent tonight. He just won't stop cleaning Zeth off the ramp to secure another one. He's really asserting that rank gap right now. He's simply untouchable right now, extending this tier to 5 straight. Zeth stops the onslaught with a sharp response to stay in this fight. He's refusing to fold under that immense pressure. Aster puts him in the dirt on the ramp to reach match point. He really is proving himself to be the superior seed today. Zeth keeps his hopes alive by securing the kill from the ramp. Zeth is definitely fighting for his life in this series. Game over, Aster puts the final shot home to secure the match. Zeth really pushed the pace, but he just couldn't find that closing consistency to pull off the upset. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Omnic taking on the heavy favorite Aster in today's duel. Aster is coming into this with a very strong 28-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this server. We're seeing a high-rated player simply outclassing his opponent in the early exchanges. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt that flow. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-round lead. He's fighting for a spot in the top 25 right now. Aster's lifetime dominance in this rivalry is really showing right now. The gap in their rankings is becoming obvious as this match progresses. Aster's just steaming ahead, putting up a massive 4-1 lead. The top 15 talent is really starting to separate here. Absolute efficiency here as he just breezes through the opposition, securing another victory. Omnic steps up with a clean exchange to slow things down. A decent response considering he's currently ranked 37th. What a scramble! Aster barely clings to life there, clawing out a victory in a total firefight. He really seems to have this matchup figured out. Omnic has a tough career win rate of only 33%. You can see he's really fighting an uphill battle here. It's a gritty performance, but he's still far behind in the overall score. We need to see if he can actually push this closer. Aster is comfortably sitting on a 3-round cushion. That was a quick exchange to keep things competitive. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to start. He's playing a very disciplined game and looks completely comfortable throughout the first 12 rounds. Time for Omnic to step up. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. He is really in top form lately. Aster just keeps digging deeper into this 9-5 lead. A sharp turn of events to stop the bleeding. Omnic has a bit of life in him now, picking up a few in a row to narrow the gap. He's definitely feeling the heat from that strong outing against Seth earlier. He's really surging now, taking another round to stay in the fight. This is starting to look like a totally different contest. Goodness, what a fight! He just barely scrapes through that brawl to stop the momentum. A huge gutsy play to keep the pressure on. What a specimen! He manages to outduel Aster with absolute ease to trim the deficit. The momentum shift is real for the underdog. He's just too fast right now, refusing to let the lead slip away. The gap between these two is virtually gone. Aster can't afford to let this slip now. He needs to close the door on this comeback quickly. His historical edge in their head-to-head battles is evident. He shuts down the comeback completely, bringing himself to the edge of victory. Absolute precision from him on that last trade. And there it is. Aster finishes them off to secure the victory. Omnic really gave it everything he had toward the end, but he just couldn't shake that historical curse today. Welcome to the Dunes! We have Omnic taking on the slight favorite Zeth in tonight's 1v1 showdown. Omnic currently holds a slight map advantage with a 40% win rate here. I mean, he's definitely playing with a lot of confidence after beating Zeth in their most recent encounter. Now we just have to see if he can turn that into a lead. Unbelievable. Zeth barely escapes with his life after knocking Omnic off the box. Omnic is really starting to separate himself here, barely blinking before taking out Zeth from below. Zeth secures the height advantage and holds his ground, bringing this series right back to a deadlock. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum rolling. He's definitely playing the role of the underdog right now. Omnic is really capitalizing on his momentum after a poor 9-26 day. It's a surprising look considering he's the lower rated player in this pair. We're seeing a complete reversal of the usual dynamic here. Zeth is showing a lot of grit, erasing that lead with another lightning fast burst. Absolute focus from the competitor, dragging the score back to a perfect deadlock. Everything is still wide open as we head into the final stretch. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that encounter with his life. Zeth's been having a tough time today with that 16-20 record. We've got the 6-6 stalemate as we switch sides. Honestly, Zeth is doing exactly what he needs to by staying competitive. He's managed to keep this series extremely close despite some scary moments in those early rounds. That was a flawless execution to put him firmly in the lead. His superior rating is starting to show as this set tightens up. Zeth keeps his footing on the box, continuing this impressive push back into the lead. He's looking dangerous with that kind of precision. Zeth just edges ahead with an 8-7 lead. Zeth is really fighting to stay above water after those losses to Aster. Another rapid response from Zeth, who's showing real toughness to stay in control here. Unreal. He barely survives that clash from the box, hanging on by a thread to secure his lead. Omnic shuts him down from below, erasing a bit more of that gap with a clean spray. The higher rank is putting up a real fight to close this out. He's refusing to go away, continuing this surge to bring the score back to 9-10. Zeth is showing some real heart, continuing his charge back into this game. He's playing exactly to his seed right now. He's showing incredible poise, digging even deeper into this comeback effort. A complete shutdown for the trailing player, who's now pushed this deadlock to a thrilling 11-11. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just one round away from sealing this whole deal. What a turnaround! Zeth is simply refusing to break and forces this entire series into overtime. He's just relentless in these high-pressure moments, refusing to let the lead slip. He really knows how to step up when the pressure is highest. What a huge response. He refuses to buckle, bringing the score level at 13-13. He's just not giving an inch, regaining the lead in this overtime battle. It's becoming a real battle of wills between these two. Total chaos in this double overtime stretch. What a push. Omnic claws back the lead and takes control of the map. That's a tough spot for the favored player to be in. Unbelievable. Omnic closes out the series and finishes the job. He really fought through the chaos of that overtime to finally get the upper hand. He definitely proved he can hang with a higher rated player tonight. What a battle. Welcome back to the Berserk League. Esther and Zed are facing off on red line, though Esther enters as the heavy favorite. Esther has dominated this rivalry, owning 79% of their head-to-head matchups. And he really should be the one dictating the tempo here. It will be interesting to see if Zed can actually build on that early lead. Zed is just relentless, absolutely shredding through the defense from the Tetris. The 13 rank is feeling the heat early. Aster quickly picks him off the ramp and refuses to let this lead grow. He finally looks a bit more composed after that shaky start. Aster continues his charge from the ramp, putting a serious dent in that lead. The gap in their ladder standing is starting to show. Zed just reacted faster and takes it from the ramp, extending that lead to 4. Hard to imagine he's walking in with such a rough recent record. Zeth just can't be shaken. He's really putting some pressure on Aster right now. Really unusual to see someone struggling this much normally, given the gap. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives that firefight from the boxes, keeping his streak alive. Zeth is really fighting the tide today. Zeth just keeps rolling, taking a commanding 5-round lead. A total reversal of their usual head-to-head dynamic. Aster manages to clear the space from the ramp to break the momentum. He looks far more like himself after that dominant 13-10 victory in their last encounter. Zeth has a record of 16-20 over the last day, and seeing him control this specific series is a total shock, given how he's been performing in other matches. It will be a huge mental test for Aster to close this gap. Zeth holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, seeing the ranked 33 player put up a fight like this is just wild. He's really challenging the narrative of this matchup right now. Aster's just not letting Zeth breathe now. That's too straight for him. He's certainly looking like the heavy favorite right now. What a response! He's completely shut down the momentum shift with a lightning fast shot. He's on fire, erasing that early deficit, one round at a time. The confidence is clearly shifting as the gap closes. He's just completely taken over this game, leveling the score at 8-8. Everything is back on a level playing field now. Zeth answers back immediately with a lightning fast click. He just cleared the ramp for another huge round, pulling this map completely even. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of who's expected to take it. Zeth edges ahead, taking a slim 10-9 lead. It's a complete departure from his 30% recent form. Zeth just refuses to let up. He's practically shaking the foundations of this series. Absolute chaos in that trade. Zeth barely scrapes through with his life to reach match point. Total heart stopper. He's really skating on the razor's edge. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with the map victory. Just a massive statement for the lower seed here. He really stood his ground in the face of that historical pressure. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're at the arena where Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster in a battle for the win. Aster has a massive 72% win rate on this specific map, and you can tell he feels comfortable here. Looking at the overall numbers, he's just far more consistent in this setting than Omnic has ever been. I'm curious to see if Omnic can find any gaps in that armor. Aster's now holding a slender lead at 2-1. He's definitely proving he can trade blows with Aster today. Unbelievable. He survives on a sliver of health to tie things up. A complete turnaround from their last encounter on Mapas. He just can't be stopped right now, moving into a commanding position. Aster responds quickly to bring the set back to a deadlock. This looks like a much more balanced contest than we expected. Aster regains control by just a single point. That's a lot of experience paying off for the higher rated player. That was a lightning fast flick and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. It is showing in the gap between those two on the ladder. A frantic exchange of shots ends with Omnic coming out on top. That's a tough break for someone who's gone 27-8 today. Omnic has gone 10-26 in his last 28 games, so this current struggle is unfortunately keeping him right in line with his recent trends. It seems he's just fighting a steep uphill battle today. I'm wondering if the mental toll of those losses is starting to weigh on him. Aster takes a 8-4 lead heading into the break, and it's really just playing out exactly how we thought it would. I mean, he's looking quite steady while Omnic is struggling to keep up. Time to see if Omnic resets. Aster is pulling away, now leading by 5. The top tier rating on the ladder is really translating into results. Aster holds a comfortable cushion now at 9-5. He's definitely proving he can hang with the top 15 on the ladder. It's getting harder and harder for Omnic to find a way back into this game. A head-to-head record that really speaks for itself. Aster is just too fast for him right now. The rounds are flying by. Wow, he survives by the absolute narrowest of margins to put himself one round away from victory. What a fight! He somehow pulls this out with just 2 HP left on the clock. Absolute chaos to see those two both surviving on a thread. He's found some momentum here, keeping the dream alive for another round. We're seeing a completely different side of this contest now. And that's it. Aster secures the final kill from the ramp to close out the game. He just looked completely out of his league today, and that gap in skill was on full display from start to finish.